Just remind you on our sign language interpretation, we have Jason Manda, and later on he will be joined by Chola Kaoma. And we straight look at a business that was considered yesterday on the floor of the House, which began with an announcement. And this announcement talks about a special day, which is today. And maybe before we look at the announcement percent, it's World Sight Day.
Yes, Julius, World Sight Day, and that's the announcement that Madam Speaker made yesterday, where she informed the House that the Ministry of Health and Vision Care, Apsami Eye Hospital, had been granted permission to conduct a free comprehensive eye screening exercise for members of parliaments and staff, and that the exercise would coincide with the World Sight Day on 13th of October, and would also be held on Thursday 13th to Friday 21st October 2022.
And in the announcement, Madam Speaker also stated that the aim of the exercise was to promote eye health through early detection and treatment of common eye disorders such as cornea scarring, refractive errors, cataract, glaucoma, and hypertensive and diabetic eye diseases. Madam Speaker further stated that the screening would be conducted at Parliament building starting at 9 hours to 16 hours on all the days except Fridays, and that on Friday it will run from 9 hours to 13 hours. She encouraged members of Parliament to take advantage of this exercise to find time to the screening room, and of course this has taken place as National Assembly has also joined the rest of the world to commemorate the World Sight Day being held under the theme Love Your Eyes.
After that announcement, Madam Speaker did make another announcement where she informed the House that she had received communication to the effect that in the absence of our Honour, the Vice President, who was attending to other government business, the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, Honourable Jack Mwembu MP, would act as a leader of government business in the House from Wednesday, 12th October 2022 until further notice.
Thereafter, the House considered question number 63, understanding order number 74. And of course, rather, this question was withdrawn. It was not considered. It appeared on the order paper. However, the member sought leave to withdraw the question, and the question was forthwith withdrawn. After that, the House moved on to consider private member's motion entitled Improved Conditions of Service for Councillors, that was moved by Kanchimia Member of Parliament, Mr. Sunday Chanda.
There was a resumption of consideration of the motion of 30th September 2022, which was moved by the Minister of Finance, that the House will resolve into Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023, together with the annual borrowing plan, presented to the National Assembly of Zambia in September 2022, and we've seen quite a number of members of our Parliament debated this motion, and the motion continues today.
And of course, today we look at business. 4 questions for oral answer, understanding order number 74. We have 1 question for written answer and consideration of 1 bill at second reading stage, and I will take a quick look at the highlights of the questions. The first one comes from Watcher Member of Parliament, Mr. Sidin Mushanga, Director of the Minister of Defense, and wants to find out when the Zambia China Mulungushi Textiles will resume its operations, what has caused the delay in reopening the company, how many jobs are expected to be created when the company becomes operational, and whether GADA, Renchao Technical Industrial Company, is still an equity partner.
For a question for oral answer, understanding order 74, and we do have a bill, and this is the Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022, which is coming up at second reading. We also have the resumption of the motion of 30th of September 2022, and as of yesterday, it was Kanyama Member of Parliament, Mr. Monty Chinkuli, who was on the floor of the House when the business was interrupted for adjournment. As you can see on your screens, that's the presiding officer making their way to the chamber, and we cross over to the floor of the House for the commencement of today's business. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Almighty God, whom in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. We beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessings descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and effective manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I've got 3 announcements to make. Honorable members, the House is aware that the public address system in the chamber has adjustable microphone stems. A number of microphone stems have been replaced due to damage caused by some members who adjust them while debating. The replacement of damaged units come at a greater cost. In order to avoid damage to the microphone stems, honorable members are advised to avoid touching the microphones while debating. If the microphone is to be adjusted, honorable members must do so with utmost care. Thank you. Honorable members, this is the second announcement. I wish to inform the House that the National Assembly Library Department has in stock various books meant for distribution to all constituency offices countrywide. The purpose of distribution of these books to constituency offices is to establish information centers at parliamentary constituency level as a way of extending library services to the general public. In this regard, I wish to urge all members whose constituencies have not yet received the books to contact the chief librarian to make arrangements for collection of the books. A list of constituencies which have not yet collected their share will be distributed to all honorable members through their pigeon holes. I thank you. The third and last announcement. Honorable members, I wish to acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of the following honorable members of the Public Accounts Committee on Local Government from the Parliament of Uganda. The Honorable Ojara Martin Mpizi, MP, Chairperson and Delegation Leader. The Honorable Fata Geoffrey, MP and Member. Honorable Ochalo Norman Jobrick, MP, Member. The Honorable Kalubanga Jacob, MP, Member. Honorable Matiselo N. Henry, MP, Member. Asera Stephen, MP, Member. The Honorable Mitusi Noah, MP, Member. Ms. Amero Diana, Secretary to the delegation. The committee is here to share best practices in relation to the work of Parliamentary Committee charged with accountability matters. I wish on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia to receive our distinguished guests and warmly welcome them in our midst. Thank you. Questions for
anything? No one has indicated.
Matters of urgent public importance. The Honorable Member for Kafinsa.
I thank you most sincerely, Mr. Speaker, for allowing the people of Kamfinsa constituency to rise on an urgent matter of public importance pursuant to Standing Order 134. And this urgent matter is directed to the acting leader of government business in the House, Honorable Jack Mwimbu. Mr. Speaker, on the 12th of July 2022, the Minister of Mines directed the Zambia Consolidated Copper Mines Investment Holdings, ZCCM-IH, to dialogue with Vendata over the issue of KCM. What followed, Mr. Speaker, is that the Court of Arbitration in London has allowed these two parties to begin conversations to resolve the matter outside court. Mr. Speaker, on the 28th of September 2022, Konkola Copper Mines appointed a financial advisor in the name of RMB to look for an equity partner. Mr. Speaker, on one hand, government is saying the matter should be resolved outside court with Vendata. On the other hand, KCM is seeking financial services to engage someone that will be able to identify an equity partner. Mr. Speaker, these two conflicting positions over KCM have raised a lot of concerns among its stakeholders in the mining sector, in as far as knowing which direction the mine will take. I stand on this urgent matter of public importance, Mr. Speaker, because one, the public would want to know, is KCM going to engage a new equity partner, or is Vendata going to retain, considering that the matter is being resolved outside court? I direct this matter to the leader of government to offer clarity on this very important policy matter so that the concerns of the public could be settled in as far as which direction KCM will take. I seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker.
Next, the Honorable Member for Chiruvi.
I'm not like you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It lies on a matter of public and urgent importance. According to 134, read together with 135, which, among other things, includes administrative measures. Months ago, government embarked on recruitment of teachers and health workers. And the Minister of Education came through this house, informed us about how the recruitment was going on, and I think some of the challenges he highlighted and attended to them, and I think to the satisfactory of this house. Where we seem to have a problem is the recruitment of the 11,300 health workers. When the names came out of the newspapers, the special government newspapers, that's Times of Zambia and Daily Mail, a lot of young people, and I'm saying young people because many of those, as we may know, there was that policy that they cannot employ those who are above 45. A lot of young people had expressed hope, and as you may know, if you go back, more than 109,000 applicants applied. After that, even when I say 1,000 and what, English is not my language. So I don't care so long I'm driving a point. So when that was done, we saw that the number that was picked was advertised in the newspapers. But we have been having agitation from some of the applicants who have been left out, whose name appeared in the newspaper, but when they go to provincial health offices, they are told that you should wait for 10 days, you should wait for so many days, and at the end of the day, I think these young people are losing hope. Some of them, we have been pacifying them because they want to say this, they want to demonstrate, they want to do all those sorts of issues. This matter is directed at the Minister of Health. When are they going to address that issue where a lot of applicants were left out, but their names were publicized in the newspaper, and yet they have not been given letters of appointment up to now? It is very urgent. It's administrative. Read 135.
The third one, Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a matter of urgent public importance, premised on Standing Orders 134. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Finance, in both his budgets for last year and this year, emphasized that the new Dawn government has embarked on a route to improve copper production in the country from 800,000 metric tons to 3 million metric tons. Mr. Speaker, the people of Ron constituency are apprehensive in that Baluba mine has now been confirmed closing in December, which will throw close to 4,000 direct jobs in the streets. Mr. Speaker, this happening in Ron is not the first time. It has, as a result, started developing high blood pressure in homes, and of course, people are apprehensive not to know what to do. Mr. Speaker, this matter is directed to the leader of government business to show more light as to why, on the other side, government wants to do something positive, and on the other side, mines are closing. I appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that Baluba mines copper ore is coming to a finish, but the people of Ron constituency are saying we still have 28 shafts, which has got close to 30 million metric tons of copper ore, which the investors are refusing to open. Mr. Speaker, the people of Ron constituency are saying we want this mine to open so that the new Dawn government can actually achieve its intended targets in terms of copper production. Mr. Speaker, people of Ron are tired of hearing the song. It's time now that the government puts it down and state clearly as to whether the investors are going to open 28 shafts or not. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable Member for, we start with Honorable Member for Kafinsa. The matter raised is not a matter of agency, as you've already indicated yourself that government has already made alternatives and arrangements to ensure that this matter is resolved. And if you want more clarity, you can put in a question that will be answered accordingly. Thank you. As regards to Honorable Member for Chiluvi, the issue of teacher recruitment is an ongoing issue. I think even the Minister of Finance during presentation of budget, he stated that there's still some bottlenecks of those people that haven't been put on payroll yet to be resolved. So this issue will be resolved in time. However, you are free also to put in a question in the same vein. The Honorable Member of Ron, you were asking the leader of business to offer some clarity as regards to the shutdown of the mines later on in the year. I think I advise that you put in a question to the Minister of Mines at an appropriate date, and answer will be given. Thank you. Honorable Member for Bengwa.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to rise on a matter of urgent public importance. Mr. Speaker, this morning when I woke up, I was greeted with a very shocking headline, very screaming headline for that matter, on Diggers, a newspaper, where it reads, "More theft in Auditor General's report. PF paid $4.2 million for flyover bridges that cost 29.9 million kwacha." Mr. Speaker, this is a very shocking headline where the PF government paid more than 10 million USA dollars per flyover bridge here in Lusaka times 4. That is costing about 4.4 million USA dollars. This is what transpired in the previous regime. And this case, the Zambian people, today I received more than 20 calls asking about what are you doing as members of parliament? And why are you allowing criminals to be traversing here and there in the streets of this country? What are you doing? Why are you not caging these criminals who stole this amount of money, 4.4 million kwacha? And this concern, it is directed to the Minister of Home Affairs, that what is he doing to make sure that these people who squandered money, 4.4 million USA dollars amounting to 800 million kwacha, almost 1 billion kwacha, that what is he doing so that the criminals are put in a safe place where they are supposed to be, to remove them from the normal society? Mr. Speaker, please, I need your consent or maybe your reply on this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Order. I think the Auditor's General report is a living document. As such, after interrogation of the report, if there would be culprits, obviously they'll be subjected to investigative wings. So for now, it's too early for anyone to make assertions. Appropriately, the issue will be handled accordingly by the investigative wings. Thank you. The Honorable Member from Mbabashe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my point of urgent public importance is directed at Minister of Home Affairs. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, he issued a statement that is very threatening to the peace and security of this nation in Daily Mail newspaper. Quotes, Minister of Home Affairs Jack Mwimbo calls for abolition of the militia group under UPND. Says Jack Mwimbo, yesterday's Daily Nation, they carried that headline. So, Mr. Speaker, we are worried as citizens of this country that UPND, the party that His Excellency the President has always been calling for peace and in respect to the rule of law, can be running a militia group which the Minister of Home Affairs has been quoted in yesterday's Daily Nation, calling for disbandment within UPND. And I seek your serious consideration, bearing in mind that the peace and security of this country would be threatened by running a parallel militia group. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Do you have the evidence?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, when newspaper in the car, I can go and pick it now.
No. If you had the evidence at hand, you should have laid it on the table. As a House, we don't have that luxury of time to wait until you go and collect your evidence to come and present it at the floor.
Mr. Speaker, by leave of this House, if you reserve the ruling, it is 5 minutes a walk to the car park.
No, whoever raises such a matter should be able to substantiate whatever. You know the rules. You are a very senior member of this House. Thank you. Let's proceed. The leader of the opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mine is just to supplement the issue that was brought about by Honorable Member for Wengwa. It's also pursuant to Standing Order 134, arising from the same audit report, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support the Honorable Member that where there's criminality, if they are told they are criminals that walked away with $10 million as a result of overpricing, they should be brought to book. In the same way, from the same report, Mr. Speaker, there's a report on the prices on fertilizers of up to $15 million, Mr. Speaker.
Order, you are conflicting yourself.
Now, let me finish.
Because, Honorable Member, you rose on the premise for the matter of urgent and public importance. The current issue you are raising now, that's not the subject you are trying to substantiate.
Can I finish? Can I finish, Mr. Speaker? Can I be allowed to finish? I've not finished. Can I be allowed to finish? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The matter I rise on is pursuant to Standing Order 134. It's also based on the Auditor General's report. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General has highlighted that there were challenges in the procurement of fertilizers.
You are rising on matters of public importance, urgent public importance.
Yes.
So address that.
I will finish, Mr. Speaker. In finishing my question, I am saying, by the same token, that the $10 million is investigated, the Auditor General should also pursue criminals who supplied fertilizer with $15 million overpricing. It is very important that this money is recovered for this country. Whether people that are suspected to have stolen this money were under PF or under UPND, we expect that with the same strength and vigor, they should be pursued. $15 million on fertilizers, $10 million on bridges, it's all criminal. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, do you have evidence to back your claims?
Mr. Speaker, you advise that the Auditor General's report is in public domain. So that particular item is in the Auditor General's report. The same report he referred to is the one I'm referring to. And if the House is going to be governed by the same standards, let's rely on the report that he presented. That is the same one that I'm referring to. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honorable Member here, Honorable Member, in this House, we don't operate with assertions. We the House that operates on facts. So let's make progress. Questions
for oral answers under Standing Order 74. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Question number 64.
The Honorable Minister of Defense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Wacha asked a question relating to Mulungushi Textiles in Kabwe. The Member of Parliament asked the Minister of Defense, A, when the Zambia China Mulungushi Textiles will resume its operation. B, what has caused the delay in reopening the company. C, how many jobs are expected to be created when the company becomes operational. And D, whether Jingdao Tech Industry Company is still an equity partner. Our response, Mr. Speaker, is as follows. The Zambia-China Mlungushi Textile joint venture partially resumed its operation on 25th May 2020 by reopening the garment section only, which was involved in the production of cloth face masks and currently producing uniforms for the Zambia Army and Zambia Air Force. B, the state of the machinery in the plant has caused the delay in fully reopening the company, as some machinery has been declared obsolete and inadequate funds to revamp the textiles section. C, the expected number of jobs to be created when the company resumes full operation is about 1,500 direct and indirect jobs. D, the Jingdao Ranch Tech Industry is still an equity partner in the Zambia-China Mlungushi Textiles joint venture. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Kafinsa.
Mr. Speaker, I direct this follow-up question to the Minister of Home Affairs and Acting Leader of Government Business. I want to find out the issue pertaining to Mulungushi Textiles has been in the public domain for many years.
There's a point of order. The Honorable Member for Mamba.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. My point is not a point of order, but a point of procedure. Mr. Speaker, the guidance, according to the standing orders, are very clear on raising matters of urgent public importance. Mr. Speaker, it is shocking that out of the 5 matters of public urgent importance which have been raised by my colleagues from the left, all of them have not been attended in the positive, meaning that they are outside, they don't qualify. Now, my point is, Mr. Speaker, is this House in order? Seriously, is this House in order not to take our colleagues on the left, the PF, for a workshop or for retraining so that, Mr. Speaker, they understand fully the reasons why a matter of public urgent importance could be raised? I say so, Mr. Speaker, because on several times you have guided, through circulars, you have guided, properly guided, on which matters are admissible for such matters. But we see, Mr. Speaker, it's like day in, day out, they are bringing issues which cannot be admissible. So, is this House, Mr. Speaker, in order to allow them to raise these matters without maybe taking them for a workshop? Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Thank you.
I know members are not so much acquainted with as regards to the standing orders. I think appropriately it's our desire as presiding officers to ensure that the honorable members, both light and left, are oriented with the standing orders. Thank you. Let's make progress. The honorable member can continue. Honorable member for Kafinsa.
I thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I direct the follow-up question to the Minister regarding Mulungushi Textiles. Mr. Speaker, the issue surrounding Mulungushi Textiles has been in the public domain for quite a long time. We've had a lot of steps that have been taken by past governments to reactivate operations at Mulungushi. I want to find out, Honorable Minister, is there any feasibility study that was done to guide government on what needs to be done to find a lasting solution? Because ultimately we want a solution for Mulungushi Textiles, and it being a manufacturing activity, there must be experts who should be able to say, this can't work, this can work, and this is how much that we need to activate operations. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister if there's any study that was done to guide government. I thank you.
The Acting Minister of Defense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the information of my colleague, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kafinsa, this particular factory has been opened, reopened, closed, opened whenever there are elections to woodwink voters in Kabwe. And the statements were made by the previous government on the floor of this House that they had found a lasting solution to the plight of the workers and to ensure that the factory is operational. But alas, Mr. Speaker, those were mere statements that were intended to woodwink the people, the good people of Kabwe, to vote for the PF in the last elections. Fortunately, the people of Kabwe realized that they were being woodwinked, and they decided to vote for the new Dawn administration, who has got a vision to ensure that that factory is reopened and functional to the satisfaction of the workers and the people of Kabwe. And I can assure this House that the Minister of Defense, under whose mandate this factory falls, shall ensure that a lasting solution is found to ensure that the factory resumes production and the workers are brought on board and they are reemployed. That is an assurance I can make to this House and to the nation.
The Honorable Member for Nkana.
Mr. Speaker, on my way to and from the constituents, I passed through this very important and strategic institution we are calling the Mulungushi Textile. And like my counterpart from Kamfinsa observes, there's been quite a number of statements that have been made in the media. The question I would have loved to ask was what the position of the New Dawn government is in regards to the future of this textile. Except I want to find out from the minister, now that there's an indication that government is committed to put life to this company, there's been not one or two, but more than 3 statements that indicates of the number of partnerships that have been signed. There was one named Muhammad Company from Tanzania that had signed and agreed to pump in over $100 million into this particular company. And yet again, in this ministerial statement, there is a mention of another strategic partner that has also been mentioned as being part of this company. Arising from these named strategic partners, the Acting Minister of Defense what is the position of governments in regards to the continuity or the prospect of this company? Are you continuing with a particular strategic partner in the name of the one that you've read in the statement, or you combine all the named strategic partners as you look for the way forward for this very important, institution? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Defense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to restate that the government has an equity partner currently whom I did mention, and that is the only partner whom we recognize. The previous pronouncements, Mr. Speaker, which were made by the previous government, have not been tangible and they were not actualized as far as this government is concerned. Whenever there will be any other development pertaining to the operationalization of this particular facility, we shall inform the House. Thank you.
Okay. I think we give a chance to the owner of the question, the Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you so much, Minister, for the responses given so far, the responses that you have given so far. But, Honorable Minister, early this year, both the Minister of Defense and also provincial administration, provincial government in Central Province, gave a statement that the government of the Republic of Zambia, through Minister of Defense, was in the process of mobilizing 100 million US dollars to be pumped into Zambia China Mulungushi Textiles to fully operationalize the factory. Minister, I would want to learn from you, how far is your government gone with the same arrangement of mobilizing 100 million US dollars to be pumped into Zambia China Mulungushi Textiles? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Defense.
Mr. Speaker, progress has been made. The House will be informed in due course.
The Honorable Member for Namwala.
Mr. Speaker, I think the question has been taken by events. I thank you.
Member for Mfumbwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank actually you who sent actually your Committee on Government Assurances to Mulungushi. What we found actually is what actually the Minister has stated. Now, I would like to find out from the Honorable Minister. You have reported to this House that the production of uniforms, that is what is being done there. Indeed, that is true. Now, is your ministry thinking of maybe involving more customers so that we can have actually all the uniforms in this country being produced there, other than importing? Thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Defense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, we may not be in a position to engage in other production due to the machinery that are obsolete. Once we revamp the equipment pertaining to the production of the materials, we'll ensure that those other facilities are included.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwe, followed by the Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The issue of Mulungushi Textiles is at my heart because the industry is in my constituency. And I think last sitting, this question was brought before this House and answers were given. Now, I'm happy that the Minister has mentioned that this specific industry has been used as the dangling carrot for some time to woo support for political parties when there is election. And I'm happy that the New Dawn government has given us promise that they are not going to go into the same direction, and that you are seriously looking into supporting our youth, especially our youth, in terms of employment. Now my worry is that there's a mention that the same equity partners, you are still going to continue with the same. Now, in case they default, because for me, from what we have been promised before, there is a default because there have been a promise that they are going to pump in the capital so that we can revive the industry. But up to now, nothing has happened. Do the government still have got hope in this equity partner? That's my question.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Defense.
Mr. Speaker, my statement was clear and categorical. What I stated was that this Jingdao is currently the equity partner. In the event that we find that this relationship is not viable, we'll make a decision and the nation will be informed. But for the time being, this is the equity partner we have.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much, Minister, for the responses given so far. Minister, looking at the efforts made so far by the New Dawn government, since you were ushered into office on 12th August 2021 last year, you have mentioned, Minister, that there are a number of efforts that your administration has put in place. Would you be able, Minister, to inform and communicate with the people of Kabwe, where Wacha Parliamentary constituency is domiciled, with the people of Zambia and the House at large, when your administration will fully operationalize Mulungushi Textiles? When are you opening fully, Minister, Mulungushi Textiles? Looking at the efforts so far put in place, I've seen you are being assisted by Honorable Milupi. Job well done, Honorable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Defense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Though the question is outside the ambit of the question that is being raised. The Honorable Member of Parliament raised the specific questions, and I did respond to those questions. At an appropriate time, we will inform the nation as to what measures we will take to ensure that the Mulungushi Textiles resumes production fully, unlike the situation now.
Thank you. I'll allow two questions. The Honorable Member for Sinazongwe and the Honorable Member for Chiruvi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, it's really gratifying to note that the government is very much willing to open this factory. It has been closed for quite some years. Now, what I want, or the people of Zambia want to know from you, is whether Zambian farmers, those who grow cotton, which is a major material required for such a factory, whether they will be given preference and whether they want to see importation of raw material in form of cotton, because we have to promote our own local farmers. Assure the nation, Minister, that local materials will be given preference to imported one. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister, the Acting Minister, though some of the questions are out of context, because this question was quite precise, so it needed specific answers. But however, we are stretching the Minister so much. The Honorable Minister of Defense, maybe you can say one or two.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll give a bonus answer. The new Dawn government believes in uplifting the peasant farmers in Zambia, and mostly cotton is being grown by peasant farmers. We shall ensure that the cotton that is being grown by peasant farmers in Zambia is bought by factories that are involved in the cotton industry. This also includes Mulungushi. I want to confirm, Honorable Member of Parliament for Sinazongwe, that the primary source of cotton for that particular factory is from peasant farmers in Zambia. We shall continue buying from our farmers.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chirubi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister in his answer did mention that the equipment is obsolete. And I think to that effect, we know that it was installed during the calendar days and technology has changed along the way. Then we have heard of different amounts. We hear about this $1 million, the other $100 million, and so forth. So I would like to find out what is the projected cost of the overhaul, repair of the industry if it has to be operationalized, because the costs so far seem to be confusing us. When you hear this partner comes in with this price and so forth, before we are subjected to political grandstanding of all sorts of statements, I think it's important that we find out what is the real cost, bearing in mind that the equipment is obsolete.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Defense.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to confuse him more. He should wait for a statement that will be made to this House and to the nation on this matter.
Thank you. I'll allow a bonus question by Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, why are you laughing? If I could even ask. I'm talking about the viability of the operations there. We are an equity partner, and we're talking about government pumping in colossal sums of money into this industry. Have we done an evaluation to whether the business is viable to pump in money as government before we could even come back and give a statement indicating on the way forward on this industry? I thank you.
I think this question is similar to the one that the Honorable Member of Chilubi asked. I think the Minister said that a comprehensive statement will be issued. So let's make progress. Next question. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 65.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member for Kalabo asked a question in three parts. Part A, whether the government has any plans to construct additional communication towers in Kalabo district. And B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. And C, how many towers are earmarked for construction in the district. Mr. Speaker, in A, the House may wish to note that government plans to construct communication towers in underserved and additional ones in underserved parts of the country, including Kalabo district. B, the plans to construct towers across the country are ongoing, and future projects will be informed by the recently completed detailed gap analysis. The initial gap analysis
In C, the initial gap analysis has proposed the construction of 8 communication towers spread across the following wards: Kiulu, Lukulundundu, Salunda, Sishekamo, Tuwao, Nguma. I thank you.
Any supplementary question? The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Mr.
The intended...
There is a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that the rules of this House requires that when you want to raise a point of order on an issue that has been raised on the floor of the House, you have to raise it contemporaneously. Unfortunately, as leader of government business at the time, I was the one who was on the floor. I was not able to raise the point of order immediately thereafter pertaining to the inflammatory point of order that was raised by the Honorable Member for Pambashe, Honorable Chitotela. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chitotela raised a very serious matter of national security in this country. He did mention on the floor of this House that I, as Minister of Home Affairs, did issue a statement to a tabloid that we shall disband a militia under the UPND wing. Mr. Speaker, I have never, ever, in the last 2 years, spoken to any journalist who reports under the Daily Nation. I've never. Mr. Speaker, the statement that has been issued on the floor of this House can cause alarm in the nation that there are militias that are being managed by the UPND. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the honorable member in order to raise a highly inflammatory matter on the floor of this House without adducing any evidence to that effect? The statement he has issued is highly malicious, vexatious, thin and hazy, and should not have been issued on the floor of this House. Is it in order, Mr. Speaker, to raise such issues of national security without providing any evidence? Is it in order, pursuant to Article 65 of the standing orders of this House?
Thank you. The Honorable Member of Mpampashe was out of order to make baseless, unfounded, malicious allegations without being able to substantiate. The Honorable Member was out of order. Progress. May the Honorable Member on the floor continue. You can raise your point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to raise on this very important point of procedure. Mr. Speaker, this assembly, your assembly, is a house of procedure. Here we have veteran members of parliament, like the Minister of Home Affairs, who just raised the point of order. and very new members of parliament who are just over 1 year old in this assembly. Mr. Speaker, old members and relatively older members like myself know very well that we operate under documented standing orders. Raising a point of order on this floor is procedurally. What is not procedural, Mr. Speaker, is raising a point of order on another point of order. Mr. Speaker, is the Honorable Minister in order to rise on another point of order which you did not even rule? I seek your serious way, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member from Babashe didn't rise on a point of order. It was matters of urgency and public importance. It was not a point of order. He rose on matters of urgent public importance. Okay. Progress. May the honorable member on the floor continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the responses by the minister. My concern is the number of towers vis-a-vis the distances that those towers have to cover. Mr. Speaker, forgive me. The current towers we have there, for me, I feel they are operating in the history. Why do I say so? The coverage is too short. How do you spend millions of kwacha just to send a signal for 15 kilometers? Now, if the government will be spending money in that proportion, how many towers and how much kwacha will the government spend to cover the whole country? At 15 kilometers range, wouldn't the minister really go into outside the box of the old mode to other advantageous modes which will reduce the cost on the side of government? Reducing the number of towers by increasing the coverage. Wouldn't that be appropriate, Honorable Minister?
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just impressed that the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kalabo is very well informed. Mr. Speaker, the technology that we're going to use will increase not only coverage, but clarity and availability for all the towers that we're going to plant. That is number one. Number two is that we are also upgrading the existing towers so that instead of the 900 that were required under the old technology, we're only going to put half. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kafinsa.
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister of Science and Technology if the ministry has developed a master plan similar to what RIA has developed to guide constituencies, especially rural parts of Zambia, including Kalabo, on how many towers will be done in each of the respective districts. Because I'm aware that after 1 week, another MP will still ask about towers. I'll still ask about towers in the peri-urban part of Kamfinsa, and it will be an ongoing question which could be rested through a master plan. Is there a master plan, Honorable Minister, that covers the gap analysis that you've been able to do? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Technology, though this question was quite specific to Kalabo, but maybe you can hint and give a guide.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that good question. Mr. Speaker, what we have done is that we have completed a detailed gap analysis, which is the equivalent of the master plan for the whole country. And this will be shared to all members of Parliament, one, for validation, and number two, for them to be able to know the plan in terms of planting the towers in the various constituencies. And number three, Mr. Speaker, your office permitting, we shall issue a ministerial statement to that effect. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Mitete, followed by the Honorable Member of Namwala.
I'm mindful, Mr. Speaker, that I'm not going to touch here. Minister, he opened and said, undersaved and unsaved countrywide. Mitete district minister is amongst the unsaved. The entire district, only one, and very short, using the plan that you've said. Now you have done that plan. Is Mitete going to be saved, Minister? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member of Mitete, this question is quite specific, and the Minister may not have answers off head. I think next, the Honorable Member for Namwala.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the Minister. Minister, may I know the total costs of the towers you intend to construct in Kalabo? I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cost will be influenced by a number of factors, including the technology, including the geographical distances, and other complications. So there is no standard cost per tower, per location. I thank you.
Last, the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Just for clarity, in his response, I didn't get the actual time when the government will embark on this serious business of constructing and upgrading. Do there be any estimation of time? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The budget for 2023 is under consideration, and our hope is that it's approved without any variation. Thank you.
Last bonus question, the Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just want to find out from the Honorable Minister of Technology and Science if the towers in question are Zamtel, MTN, or Airtel. Understanding the fact that Zambia is a national asset, and probably if there is any consideration to reduce the duty on the materials that go into the erection of these towers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Mr. Speaker, there will be a combination from Airtel, MTN, including Zamtel, and also the towers that are going to be constructed using the Universal Access Fund under ZICTA. So it's from 4 sources. I thank you.
Next question. The Honorable Member from Kaika.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Question number 66.
The Honorable Minister of Transport and Technology.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Mukaika asked the following questions. A, whether the government is aware that most motorcycles in Mukaika constituency are not registered with RATSA. B, what measures government is taking to ensure that the motorcycles are registered. C, whether government has any plans to devolve the functions of motor vehicle registration to local authorities countrywide. And D, if so, when the plans will be implemented. In response to the question raised by the Honourable Member of Parliament for Mukaika Parliamentary Constituency, I wish to inform this August House as follows. A, yes, government is aware that most motorcycles in Mukaika Parliamentary Constituency are not registered with RATSA. The increase in the use of unregistered motorcycles is due to the following factors. 1, people exchange goods or services without use of money between Zambia and her neighboring countries, namely Mozambique, Angola, Tanzania, and Malawi. Where such a trading practice is used, there is no proper legal documentation that is issued after a transaction, such as the customs clearance certificate issued by the Zambia Revenue Authority and Zambia Police Service clearance certificate through Interpol, which are prerequisites for first registration with RATSA in accordance with Section 10(1) to 5 of the Road Traffic Act number 11 of 2002. Most motorcycles are being acquired using a gentleman's agreement, contract of sale agreement, and as such poses a challenge for registration with RATSA. And 2, the agency and the Zambia police have in the past not impounded the motorcycles, but they have been conducting sensitization activities on road users on the need to register unregistered motorcycles. B, Mr. Speaker, the House may wish to note that this problem is not only prevalent in Mukaika constituency, but is common in areas around our borders. Government is slowly rolling out measures to address the problem. In 2021, RATSA, ZRA, ZNS, and ZP conducted a joint sensitization activity on modalities to register motorcycles in Mwinilunga district. The authorities also sensitized road users on registration and also commenced mobile registration for unregistered motorcycles. These measures have had a positive impact. Therefore, government will undertake similar strategies in Mukaika constituency. These strategies include 1, publicity, which will be countrywide, sensitization and enforcement. A joint sensitization activity has been planned in which the area member of parliament will be engaged. 3, engagement with ZRI on the mode of issuing the customs clearance certificate on all motorcycles plying on our roads. 4, engagement with the Zambia police through Interpol on the mode of operation in the issuance of clearance certificates for all unregistered motorcycles. And C, government has no plans to devolve the function of motor vehicle registration to the local authorities. The electronic Zambia Transport Information System, which houses the motor vehicle database, is sitting with RATSA. The only function to be devolved to the local authorities is motor vehicle licensing, road tax. However, the agency is within itself decentralizing the function of motor vehicle registration by ensuring that RASTA stations are not currently able to offer registration services are able to do so in order to bring the services closer to the people. D, as stated in C above, there are no plans to devolve the function of motor vehicle registration to the local authorities. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Any supplementary question? The Honorable Member from Kaika.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And Minister, thank you so much for the response. Minister, you have said that they do exchange, the people, in order to acquire these motorcycles, they do exchange with neighboring countries. But there are some people who are selling these motorcycles, and they are not giving these people the documents to do the registration, and thereby making it difficult for anyone to know or to tell which motor bicycle is it, because they are not registered. And because of that, there has been a lot of theft and murder cases, because these bicycles are not registered in any way. How are you going to help us in this matter, Honorable Minister? Because we were thinking, if the local government is given a mandate to register these motorbikes, at least someone can know, or people who are able to differentiate that at least this Honda or maybe motor bicycle is for this one, and also for because they'll be looking at the registration mark. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament from Kaika, for that question. As I indicated, Mr. Speaker, we are decentralizing this particular function to almost all the districts, and I've noted the concern that has been raised by Honorable Member of Parliament for Mukaika. We shall ensure that measures are taken to ensure that our people who buy motorcycles are protected in that area.
The Honorable Member for Itestes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much as well, Minister, for the answers. Having elaborated clearly that there are no intentions to devolve the functions to the local authority, what is the plan for RATSA to decentralize to the rural areas? Because with the UPND coming into power, a lot of these rural areas now, they've got a lot of vehicles, the population of vehicles is growing, and the population of motorcycles is growing in the rural areas. So is there any master plan to also see to it that these RATSA and RATSA offices, they are not only in Lusaka, but they should also be in Mukaika, they should also be in Shangombo, they should also be in Iteses, because the cost of transacting for our, village, for our people is very high. That's the reason why there's non-compliance. Because they look at the distance from Mukaika to Lusaka to transact on RATSA issues, and the distance is just too long for them. Hence the non-compliance.
Minister, what is the plan really? When are we going to see these officers down so that the people can be served well? Thank you so much.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've taken note the concerns that have been raised by my colleagues pertaining to access to services that are being provided by RASTA. We will consider those issues. I also did indicate that we are decentralizing. We'll be in a position in future to inform this House which areas will have access to RASTA officers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kasenengwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Transport. Unfortunately, I find that statement or the answers given by the Minister of Transport not really accurate. The cause of thefts and maybe murders that occur as a result of motorbikes is lack of registration. So people take advantage of that. And in particular in Eastern Province, we have companies that sell motorbikes. One of them is Gatoma. If the government was to do a research to go to those houses that sell motorbikes, they will find that around this season when farmers harvest and they are paid their money, that's when they buy a lot of motorbikes. And they do not register them because they know that government is not very strict when it comes to registration of motorbikes. That is what is happening. My question to the Minister of Transport is, would you consider putting in a requirement whereby if one is procuring a motorbike, they should have it registered from the point of sale, like we do with our vehicles here. Before I pick up a vehicle from Toyota Zambia, it will come with a vehicle registration number. Would you consider engaging these houses that sell motorbikes to go into such agreements with their clients so that before they pick their motorbikes, those motorbikes come with registration numbers? In that case, it will reduce on thefts. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, but in your case, like mine, we are neighboring constituencies. Our meetings would not go beyond the 16 hours, Mr. Speaker, because our councillors will always want to rush home for fear of having their their motorbikes grabbed. So this is what is causing it. I hope the Home Affairs, the Minister of Transport will attend to that. Thank you, sir.
The Acting Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the questions that were posed by the Honorable Member of Mukaika were very specific. They had nothing to do with the thefts. No. The questions he posed to my ministry are these. A, whether the government is aware that most motorcycles in Mukaika constituency are not registered with the Road Transport and Safety Agency. That is A. B, what measures government is taking to ensure that the motorcycles are registered. C, whether the government has any plans to devolve the functions of motor vehicle registration to the local authority countrywide. D, if so, when the plans will be implemented. There was no question as to how we are going to curb thefts of motorcycles in Mukaika and other areas. So that question is periphery, and I'm not in a position to answer it, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Last question, the Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the question is saying some of the motorbikes, or the majority, are not registered, meaning there are those who motorbikes with registration numbers in Mukaika. May I know if amongst those registered ones, there are those with one registration number, like we had vehicles, Minister, that had only one registration number of ECL. Whether we have some motorbikes in Mukaika that also have one registration number, ECL. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of any registration of motorbikes in Mukaika under the registration of ECL. I don't know whether ECL is Electrical Consumers Limited, I don't know. So I will not be in a position to answer.
Thank you. Next question, the Honorable Member for Chasefu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Question number 67.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is my day. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chasefu, Honorable Nyambose, asked the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, A, whether the government has any plans to procure a motor vehicle for Chasefu Police Station in Chasefu District, and B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. Mr. Speaker, our response to Honorable Nyambose is as follows. A, in responding to the questions raised by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chasefu, Honorable Nyambose, I wish to inform the House as follows. A, the plans are in place to allocate police posts with motor vehicles, especially those in border areas. However, this can only be done after main police stations are located with motor vehicles. Chasefu police posts may be assigned a motor vehicle for their operations in future. B, the plans will be implemented when resources are made available. The House may wish to note that Chasefu Police Post is currently being served by Lundazi Police Station, which has a Toyota Land Cruiser for operations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Chasefu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to appreciate the response from the Minister. However, I want to indicate that Chasefu has no police motor vehicle. The motor vehicle in question you have indicated for Lundazi is a limping motor vehicle. It is not servicing Chasefu. And Chasefu, as I indicated earlier, Mr. Minister, is that it is one of the biggest constituencies bordering with our friends in Malawi, and it has a huge border, open border, and the crime levels are high. When do you think resources will be made available to procure a vehicle so that we can curb the crime levels in my constituencies? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform and assure my colleague that government has commenced the procurement of vehicles for all constituencies in the Republic of Zambia. Once the procurements are done, I have no doubt in my mind that my colleague, the Honorable Member of Chasefu, will have a vehicle for the constituency.
The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving us a chance
to ask the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs a follow-up question. Honorable Minister, I've heard your response to say that soon you are getting us, all of us, motor vehicles. However, Mr. Honorable Minister, at the moment, there is no vehicle which is servicing the three constituencies, which is Lundazi, Chasefu, and Lumezi. To the fact that we are asked to bring dead bodies from the villages, sometimes we have to provide our own vehicle for post-mortem at the hospital. Honorable Minister, are you able to do something for now which can be able to assist Chasefu, Lundazi, and Lumezi? I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to repeat that there is a vehicle which is supposed to be servicing Lundazi. Obviously, that vehicle is not in a very good mechanical condition. We shall see what can be done to ensure that the vehicle is serviceable as we wait for the procurement of the vehicles that will be bought for Chasefu, including Lundazi.
The Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for your responses and assurances. Indeed, Kantanshi is equally a border constituency, and we are looking forward to the new vehicles. Honorable Minister, I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Usually when these vehicles are taken to the police stations, that's the main police stations, you'll find that the officer commanding takes over. And one typical example is in Kantanshi, the Mukambo border post, the land cruiser which was stationed there to patrol, the officer commanding through his authority recalled that vehicle to head office or headquarters. What assurance can you give us that these vehicles, they will be properly used in the respective operation areas that they will be allocated, as opposed to what is happening right now in my constituency, which is a border constituency? Thank you.
Though this question was quite specific, but since most members would want to hear, the Minister can shed light on it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these vehicles will be specifically labeled. If it's Kantanshi as is indicated, it will be specifically labeled donated by Kantanshi constituency, CDF, so that no one will mistake that vehicle that is coming from somewhere else. It will be designated and specifically for the use of the district and the constituency.
The clerk will now read orders of the day.
The Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022, second reading.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read the second time.
The question is that a bill now be read for the second time. Any debate? The Honorable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you for giving me this opportunity. To begin with, allow me to commend the chairperson of the Committee on Cabinet Affairs and the team for having scrutinized the bill thoroughly. In the same spirit, I wish to thank my team and the Ministry of Justice for dedicating their time to draft this important bill, which will ultimately contribute to the national development of this beloved country, Zambia. Mr. Speaker, the role of secretaries arose out of the natural need for a prominent person to whom
confidential matters could be entrusted and who could act as an assistant or principal. Secretaries perform highly skilled tasks that require expert social and cognitive judgment and use of mediation and negotiation techniques that involve great diplomacy and confidentiality. Mr. Speaker, today secretaries possess secretarial certificates, diplomas, and degrees. Others are being trained to advance their skills because chief executive officers are under pressure than ever before, and hence the need for secretaries who can be a right-hand person. Mr. Speaker, the House may wish to notice that currently there is no specific law that regulates the conduct of professional secretaries. Therefore, the provision of the legal framework to govern the practice and conduct of professional secretaries is a welcome one. In the same vein, the bill, when enacted, will empower the responsible institution to, to protect the secretaries and will enhance professionalism in organizations and capacity building of its members through seminars, workshops, and trainings, and also keep members abreast of any new developments. Mr. Speaker, the bill will also result in the enhancement of the efficiency of the Zambia Institute of Secretaries through the creation of a statutory professional body, and also ensure that professional secretaries adhere to a code of conduct in their practice. Mr. Speaker, let me hasten to mention that the Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022, has the following objectives. A, continue the existence of the Professional Secretaries Association of Zambia and rename it as Zambia Institute of Secretaries and redefine its functions. And B, provide for the registration of professional secretaries. C, regulate professional secretaries' conduct. D, constitute the council of the institute and provide for its functions. And E, provide for matters concerned with or incidental to the foregoing. Mr. Speaker, we are all alive to the fact that a professional regulator can investigate complaints of unsatisfactory professional conduct and, if appropriate, take disciplinary action, that is caution or reprimand. The focus is not on punishment and consequences, but on plans for improvement and growth to enhance professionalism and high productivity. It is therefore this accountability that so remarkably maintains and enhances the public's confidence in the profession. I wish to urge all honorable members of this august House to support the bill and, by implication, the establishment of the institute. I wish to add that the establishment of the institute will result in providing the supreme governing authority responsible for policy decisions and the general management of the affairs, particularly the control of property and expenditure as it relates to professional secretaries. Mr. Speaker, this is a good bill because it will now be a mandatory working environment for a practitioner to appear in the register and possess valid practicing and membership certificates to operate or carry out business or services. As I conclude, allow me to re-emphasize that regulation is fundamental to being a professional. It distinguishes a professional from occupation and is necessary to protect the public, maintain public confidence, and in setting and upholding professional standards. It is worth noting that the transition process enshrined in this bill is embracing all stakeholders without leaving anyone behind. Once again, let me express my sincere gratitude and thank the committee for the well-presented report and urge all the honorable members of this august House to support the bill. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Any further debate? The chairperson of the Committee on Cabinet Affairs, the Honorable Member for Chipangali.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Cabinet Affairs was tasked to scrutinize the Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022, referred to it by the House on 15 September 2022. In carrying out this important task, the committee interacted with various stakeholders. As you may be aware, Mr. Speaker, the proposed bill seeks to continue the existence of the Professional Secretaries Association of Zambia and to rename it as the Zambia Institute of Secretaries, in addition to redefining its functions. The bill also seeks to provide for the registration of professional secretaries, to regulate the conduct of professional secretaries, and to constitute the council of the institute and provide for its functions. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I wish to put it on record that most stakeholders who appeared before the committee and tendered in their submission supported the bill. Sir, I wish to take this opportunity to inform the House that the committee also fully supports this bill. While supporting the bill, let me bring to your attention some concerns raised by stakeholders. Under Clause 4C and F, stakeholders were of the view that these clauses should be amended to indicate that the training programs referred to in the bill should be affiliated with TVETA. They contended that this would ensure that maintenance of standard as set by TVETA and also deter those who intend to register with the Zambia Institute of Secretaries despite having no recognized secretarial qualifications. Mr. Speaker, stakeholders also observed that bill in clause 9, subsection 1, made reference to the Council of Institute advising the Minister on matters relating to secretarial practice. However, the bill has not specified which ministry the minister referred to would come from. Stakeholders were of the view that the bill should specify the ministry to which the Council will be reporting to. Mr. Speaker, the committee also observes that the bill has placed high expectation on secretarial staff with regard to expected professional conduct. However, the committee notes that the bill has not provided for the protection of secretaries from abusive clients or employers. The committee is of the view that in order to create a balance in the spirit of fairness, it will be helpful for the bill to match the obligations placed on the secretaries with protection measures so that their work and professional input is guarded fairly against abuse whilst demanding high professional conduct. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the bill should provide for circumstances under which a secretary can also be protected when their actions are in conformity with the Code of Ethics. Mr. Speaker, the committee notes that Clause 37, subsection 4, provides for the tenure of office for the Professional Conduct Committee of 2 years, whilst the tenure of office for Disciplinary Committee under Clause 42, subsection 6, is 3 years. The committee in this regard recommends that the tenure of office for the Council, Professional Conduct Committee, and the Disciplinary Committee should be harmonized such that they all run for a term of 3 years, since the harmonized tenure is in line with the common practice in most regulatory institutes. Mr. Speaker, the committee also notes that the bill does not clearly indicate who the appointing authority is for the chairperson of the disciplinary committee. Since the proceedings of the disciplinary committee will have effect of the court of law, the bill should clearly state who the appointing authority is for the chairperson for this committee. The committee also recommends that the chairperson of the disciplinary committee should be one who qualifies to be a magistrate in the court of law within the Republic. This is because the proceedings of the disciplinary committee shall have the effect of the court of law. As I end, Mr. Speaker, I would be failing in my duty if I do not pay tribute to the stakeholders who tendered valuable information to the committee during its meetings. Finally, sir, I wish to thank you and the Clerk of the National Assembly for the support and services rendered to the committee throughout its deliberation. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, sir.
Any further debate? If there is none, the Honorable Minister of Education wind up debate.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the House for unanimously accepting this bill and to thank the chairperson of the committee and the members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I put a question. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Let the bill be read the second time.
The Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022.
Committee stage to be taken when?
Thursday, 20th October 2022, Mr. Speaker.
Committee stage to be taken on Thursday. Next order, the clerk.
Supply motion of 30th September, resumption of debate.
When business was interrupted yesterday, 12th October 2022, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning that the House do now resolve into Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023, together with the annual borrowing plan presented to the National Assembly in September 2022. And the Honorable Member for Kanyama was debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this second, opportunity that you have given me to debate on the motion. Mr. Speaker, I think in the interest of time, I would love to say thank you to our President and the Cabinet for having brought the highlights to this House, showing us how resources will be raised and allocated for the delivery of more public services, social and economic development. Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that when the budget is out, we'll command the trust and serve as a basis for accountability to all these ministries that will be entrusted to operate on all the tasks that will be given by the government. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. I've been availed with a list of members from the Deputy Chief Whip of PF, so those of you that may indicate, you'll be surprised that in case your names are not picked, it's due to this list that has been unveiled. Thank you. The Honorable Member for Dundumwezi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add to the speech or the budget speech brought to this House by the Minister of Finance and National Planning. Mr. Speaker, allow me to lay one fundamental issue which I believe is very, very important while interrogating this budget speech. I want to state that, Mr. Speaker, this budget is aligned to the UPND manifesto. And this is why you have discovered that our colleagues from the other side are failing to actually understand it properly, because some of them still think that this speech is aligned to either PF manifesto, which is completely out of context at this time. So they should know that this speech is actually based on the UPND manifesto. Now, just to help them, I want to ask them that for them, if they want to understand it, first of all, colleagues, it will help you if you can acquire the UPND manifesto. It will not help you to go to the international airport or wherever, buy an air ticket, and then walk to the intercity, hoping that you are going to fly. You will not fly. If you get a rail station at Zambia Railways, don't go to the airport hoping you are going to jump on a train. So for you to understand the speech, this budget speech, acquire yourselves the correct apparatus for you to understand. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that is a fundamental issue that I thought I should bring free of charge to my colleagues who are finding it extremely difficult to grasp what is in here. I'll also take it upon myself to distribute this your manifesto to you so that you can be able to understand this budget speech. I mean, this budget speech. Yeah, just on the pictures, Mr. Speaker, just the pictures will illustrate the vision of this new dawn government and where this budget is taking us to. When you look at the pictures, it will show you children are seated in a classroom, and the president, the new dawn government, has increased the CDF money, which will address some of the challenges that you see on this picture. Talk about education. CDF has been increased from 25 million to 28 million so that you can go and address the education challenges that we are facing in our various constituencies. So the budget is very clear. When you look at agriculture, same applies. You go at the back of the budget speech. Mr. Speaker, this budget is very, very clear. And I don't want to waste much of the time. I stood up to tell them that this is not a budget speech for PF. This is a budget speech for UPND, and for you to understand it, please, tomorrow I offer myself, Mr. Speaker, to distribute the manifesto for you so they can say that the speech is in tandem with our manifesto. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member Kawambwa.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I thank you for giving me an opportunity to debate this so-called budget speech. Mr. Speaker, I'll start my debate from page 41, where the Minister of Finance clearly proposes to spend 167.3 billion, or 31.4% of GDP. And he goes further to say the financing gap has a deficit of 40.9 billion, or 7.7% of GDP. That's what he's saying. The same minister last year came here and he presented this speech. In this speech, that same minister of finance presented 173 billion. And to him, this was 6.7% of GDP. Here it is. Now, reconcile the two. He gives us a lower figure this year, and the difference to GDP is at 6.7 last year, when we had a big affair. So where are we going to end when we go to next year or the other year? He gave us 173 billion last year, and before the end of July, he was here on the floor of the House to ask for another 22 billion. If you add 173 to 22 billion that he requested for, which we gave him, where does it take us? So, and we have not even ended the year, Mr. Speaker. Meaning that before the end of the year,
that minister who sits there where he's now missing will come back here for another supplementary budget, which should come at the end of the year. So this budget, they are saying financial credibility is neither here or there because they failed to do it. What kind of human beings are they? And they are there clapping. Is it a question of when you do not have heroes, even the cowards can be called their heroes? Because what I can see here, Mr. Speaker, can I take you to another place? To page 58. Page 58, the Minister of Finance is proposing to suspend excise duty on locally produced clear beer from cassava to 5% from 10%. Mr. Speaker, this will not bring in any additional income. Neither will it enhance productivity in that particular sector. There is only one company that produces clear beer from cassava. It's Zambian breweries. And what they produce is Eagle beer. And they've hit the top end. Meaning that even if they buy cassava from Luapula province, that I know, and they cannot get any more cassava because their production for Eagle beer has hit the limit. So this, we are going to lose money, and it's unnecessary to lose money where you should not lose money. What the minister should have done, Mr. Speaker, was to come here and to say he's going to give incentives to all those who want to go into value addition for cassava, i.e. confectionery, i.e. ethanol production, i.e. starch production. That was going to add value. Not this kind of thinking. This kind of thinking is thinking upside down. But I'm not shocked, Mr. Speaker. You know why I'm not shocked? I'm not shocked because the same minister who produced this budget, who also produced this budget, is the same minister who produced this budget in 2009. This budget, 2009, was produced by the same minister. The same minister produced this budget in 2010. And if you look at this budget, and if you go to tourism, and you go to agriculture, what he said in 2009, there was no follow-up in 2010. What he has done what he did last year, there's no real follow-up in what he has provided us today. So this is the kind of thinking that I'm saying, colleagues, this is our country. It belongs to all of us. Yeah. And when we bring up issues, learn to listen, and listen good. Yeah. Because today, the same minister is talking about 3 farm blocks that we are going to revamp or revive 3 farm blocks. Mr. Speaker, the farm blocks they are talking about are already existing. Ruena farm block in Luapula province has got 3 anchor farms. Luswishi has got 6 anchor farms. Nansanga has got an anchor farm. So the wording and the way they should have put it, they should have been specific. That work which has been done. And did you know that in his 2009 speech, he spoke about farm blocks, and in 2010 he did nothing about it? This is here. These are not my budgets. These are budgets produced by Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Musoko Tuane, in Finance Minister MP for Uwa in Western Province. This is what he produced. No follow-up in the next budget. This is what he has produced. And some of them cannot be linked to this. Mr. Speaker, what we are saying here is that when you produce a budget this year in all the areas, manufacturing, tourism, agriculture, and so on and so forth, there must be an incremental or a way of following up on what you did last year so that, yes, I agree. There's a story about CDF. But today, disbursements are where? At 50%. Where are we today? We are in the last quarter. In normal circumstances where people think properly, today we should be talking about 75% disbursement. It makes sense. So, colleagues, listen, as you clap for this budget, look through the details. And somebody comes here, no, this is a follow-up to the UPND manifesto. Anyway, what UPN manifesto, which you don't even have. Your UPND manifesto speaks about milling at 50 kwacha. Where is it? Your UPND manifesto speaks about fertilizer at 250 kwacha. Where is it? And you come here. No, this is a follow-up to UPND manifesto. UPND has got no manifesto because what they were thinking and how they were thinking it were going to be done, it fell through. So we are here to tell you, colleagues, to say this budget of 167 will not be the real thing at the end of 2023. They are bound to be supplementary, which will end up to 200 billion. But this budget, Mr. Speaker, this budget should not excite people. There's nothing to be excited about. This is another mirage of UPND, where they say something and they do something different.
Time is up.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I thank you for listening and for agreeing that this budget is not what it is. I thank you.
Time is up. The Honorable Member from Mbabala.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving the good people of Mbabala this opportunity to share on the motion of supply and expenditure. Mr. Speaker, I begin by appreciating the revenue base which the Honorable Minister of Finance clearly demonstrated to this House on how we are going to attend the income side of the budget. And it's a pity, Mr. Speaker, when you get half-baked economists trying to talk a lot of chipante-pante, trying to speak anything, anywhere, chiringa-ringa debates, which do not make sense to this August House. That the debate is going everywhere, it has no direction. Because somebody, Mr. Speaker, does not understand a basic principles of a budget that has been clearly presented with a clear policy direction from His Excellency the President. So we feel pity, Mr. Speaker, when we have such half-baked economies and the like trying to mislead the nation when this budget has excited every corner of this world. Every corner of this world, Mr. Speaker, is praising this budget, that this is a budget that is going to transform this country. It is going to transform everything that we do in Zambia. Mr. Speaker, I want to come to the specifics that are progressive in this budget that are going to change the lives of people in Mbabala. The FSP, which is the Comprehensive Agricultural Program, Mr. Speaker, is going to stay and is going to contribute to the quality of lives in Mbabala because we continue to go to be a farming community and we are going to benefit. All our people will continue to benefit from the FSP program. Mr. Speaker, the Animal Diseases Laboratory and program to control animal diseases. We are a farming community with a lot of livestock, and that laboratory and the medicines that are going to come out of there are going to change the lives of people in Mbabala. In Hinkungu area, where we've got lots of animals, Kachenje, Mangunza, all those areas, we've got lots of animals in Malindi. Our people are excited that with this Animal Diseases Laboratory and the extension officers, 5,000 plus extension officers, we are going to have extension officers that are going to be dealing with the animal diseases which currently we don't have. The previous government had no idea that our people needed these services. They had no idea because they don't live that life of production. They were only looking at trading or just taking whatever is not theirs. But with us, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at production. And so we want to have extension officers that are going to support our farmers so that our animals can be okay. Mr. Speaker, we've got tax credits on disability, which I also wanted to highlight because this is an important area for persons with disabilities, that they are going to continue to enjoy these tax credits on a number of services that including employment of persons with disabilities, that when an employer employs a person with a disability, they are going to get a tax credit. This is a necessary thing that we need to progress in order to create jobs for persons with disabilities. For example, when you go to Pick and Pay, you find persons with disabilities working there. That is the culture we want to bring everywhere. So, Mr. Speaker, we commend the Finance Minister and His Excellency President Hakainde for continuing to live the talk that is in the UPND manifesto and now being demonstrated in the presidential motivational speech as well as in the budget itself. This is the way to go, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak on the issues like the no duty on music, equipment, and the performing arts. That is also going to contribute to job creation for our youths. We are sending a lot of youths for various skills and the like, and I'm happy that the new Dawn government has also now extended to the area of performing arts and music, and is being demonstrated in this budget. This is another area of importance, Mr. Speaker, that is going to support our children to grow into these other areas that can also create jobs and they can support their families. Mr. Speaker, this budget also had an improvement on things like CDF going up to 28.3 million. This is another wonderful news to everybody, Mr. Speaker, because the kind of projects that we have been doing in terms of deep tanks, in terms of boreholes, in terms of additional classrooms. Right now, every school in Mbabara has received not less than 2, 3, 4, 5 teachers, and the cry is for teachers' houses. So, Mr. Speaker, those who haven't received will need to, of course, keep consulting. Yeah, keep consulting the UPND manifesto because it's guiding on what we want. We want to attain quality education, and quality education comes with having good teachers and having numbers of teachers. So we are going to be able to build our own teachers' houses and the like from the CDF, which is an excellent thing because we are living what the manifesto is saying. Our manifesto is saying power to the people. And this demonstration of power to the people is being done through CDF, where the people, what they decide, what they say that we want to do this here, we will do it. We want a deep tank here, we'll do it. We want a bore here, we'll do it. We want a classroom here, we'll do it. So it's those kinds of things, Mr. Speaker, which are very happening, which are very important. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Finance Minister and the new Dawn government for the increases in the allocations. For the first time on the health budget, we have seen an increase on the health budget, which was not there before. For the first time, it's at 10.4%. It used to be around 8-9%. This is an excellent increment. We have seen education, Mr. Speaker, increase to 13.9%. We have seen housing and social services also increase. We have seen social protection also increase, which includes in social protection, again, the increase on amounts for persons with disabilities. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very well-balanced budget, which has demonstrated that this country can actually move things. Our people used to wonder, surely, why was development not possible all these years, all the past 10 years, when people could not even see a single grader in the constituency? And now people are asking, after seeing a grader, where were these things? Where were they? Why were they being hidden from us? And now they're able to see them and they're able to start appreciating. So our new Dawn government is doing a holistic process of development, a holistic process of development that is going to improve and change the lives of everybody in Mbabara and the countrywide. Mr. Speaker, we want to continue to appreciate the Finance Minister, the Cabinet, and His Excellency President Hakainde for the job well done. And we shall not be misled, or our people in Zambia will not be misled by this chiringa-ringa opposition that has no direction. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Luapula.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity to the people of Luapula to add their voice, for giving the opportunity to the people of Luapula to add their voice in recognition of this year's budget presented by Honorable Dr. Msokotwani on the floor of this House. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, having listened to the budget address by the Honorable Minister and having further analyzed it, I am of the considered view that the flesh of this administration is economic growth. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, the soul of this administration is at variance with the glaring levels of poverty prevailing in the households of the majority of our people. Mr. Speaker, the socio-economic transformation being referred to by the Honorable Minister on pages 10 to 13, the socio-economic transformation and job creation, we are told that we are going to draw inspiration from the Southeast Asian countries and their economic success story. I would like to put it on record, Mr. Speaker, that the Southeast Asian countries and the economic conditions that prevailed and what is prevailing in this country, this is at cross purposes, Mr. Speaker. The Southeast Asian countries, Mr. Speaker, made investments out of the Cold War, Mr. Speaker. We don't have a similar scenario here. The Southeast Asian countries, Mr. Speaker, made investments out of savings. The Southeast Asian countries, Mr. Speaker, gained rapid export-based high-tech industrialization, Mr. Speaker. The Southeast Asian countries, Mr. Speaker, were brave enough, perhaps the most important aspect, the Southeast Asian countries were brave enough to adopt unorthodox approaches as and when deemed necessary, Mr. Speaker. What we have here in Zambia is abundant natural resources, which we seem to be happy to give away with a lot of pride, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, in this budget address, there is no design or mechanism to have Zambian citizens participate in high-level economic activities, high-value economic activities. There is absolutely no mechanism or design which would allow the participation of Zambian citizens in high-value economic activities. What is there is that Zambian citizens must participate in low-value economic activities where there's a scramble. The high-value economic activities have been put on the international market for international multinationals to benefit. Mr. Speaker, government has not addressed the issues surrounding financial deepening of Zambian citizens to trigger their performance in high-value economic activities. As long as we don't address the financial deepening of Zambian citizens, we are basically failing to have this economic transformation, which can only be anchored by Zambian citizens, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the outcomes of any economic transformation is determined by the nature of modifications and evaluations in our socio-economic sector. The enablers of economic development, being natural resources, human resources, capital formation, and technology, have not been triggered to participate in the reduction of inequalities within a growing economy. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2000, the life expectancy index in Zambia was 47 years. In the year 2020, the life expectancy index had increased from 47 years to 64 years. This was thanks to the increased food production, expansion of health facilities and services implemented by the then government, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Mr. Speaker,
order. As time is 1640 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break. Thank you.
Right, business has been suspended until 17 hours, and on the floor of the House is Wapula Member of Parliament, Mr. Chanda Katotuwe, debating or contributing to the motion of supply.
And when business resumed, Mr. Speaker did make two announcements, and we'll be able to share with you the two announcements that Honorable Second Deputy Speaker made, and the four questions that the various cabinet ministers have responded to. For now, we'll take a short break. Keep watching Parliament Television.
My name is Honorable Lusale Simbao, Member of Parliament for Luansha constituency. I was born on 15th January 1964 in Imbala. I am Lungu by tribe, and I'm married. I've got 3 children, all boys. The last one is doing his grade 12 at Impelembe Secondary School. The other 2 are done with university. I am a Christian, and I'm very proud of my testimony, and I pray that throughout my life as a member of Parliament, I will maintain my faith. Luansha constituency is quite a big constituency. We've got about, I think, between 170 to 200,000 people, and there are 16 wards, different wards, and these wards are scattered. Some of them are right in the rural, in the town setup, if you want, but the others are in the rural part of Luansha type of setup, so you find that to get to them, you have got to really be tough, because some of them are not even reachable by vehicle, so you have to park the car as you go to visit them. But my constituency right now, as it stands, it's nothing to be proud of. We've got people who are very zealous, who want to prosper, who want to do something really good for this country, but a number of things hinder us. For example, the roads. Luansha constituency is terrible. We are really suffering. Luansha constituency has been neglected for too long a period, so you find that the road structures are very, very bad, even the infrastructure. So Luansha constituency on its own is not doing very, very well. My development agenda is, to start with, it's the water in Luansha. You will be very lucky to see a drop of water in Luansha. But now I am working closely with the Minister of Water to make sure that Luansha is well maybe attended to in terms of the water. So really, the main thing is the water that if we can have water in Luansha, that will be a big step forward. The other one, as I said earlier on, it's the roads. You can't like to drive in Luansha. So if we can have the roads done in Luansha, those are the things that I'm looking at. Water and roads are very, very key in Luansha. My word to the constituency is that be patient. With the budget that has just come out, I am extremely happy. To me, the way I see the budget, it's not different from when Nehemiah was given the permission to go and rebuild Jerusalem. So you find that this budget seems to be giving me a lot of power to rebuild Luansha. So if the budget is going to be a credible budget which we can go by, I promise all Luanshya residents that Luanshya will not be the same. Because if you look at that budget, it's talking of water. We have plenty of water. If you look at that budget, it's talking of the infrastructures. The roads will be there. So if you look at that budget, it's talking of job creation. So all that area, Kafu block, there will be jobs around that area. So my word to the people of Luanshya is be patient, good things are about to come.
Well, Twambo is 38 years old. I'm a married man. I'm the member of parliament for Itestezi. I'm a first timer. By profession, I'm a teacher and a development worker. I've also worked for various international organizations, and I'm a youth and women's rights activist. I was born in Lusaka, but I started my grade 1 in Kalomo at Green Acres Basic School. Then from Kalomo Green Acres Basic School, I moved to Kalomo Secondary School, where I completed my grade 12 and went to Nkrumah University, where I did a course in teaching, that's a diploma in teaching. Then from there, I moved to the University of Zambia, where I did a bachelor's degree in adult education. And lastly, I went for my master's degree, that is in development studies at University of Lusaka. I love socializing, and I'm also a sports person. I love playing volleyball. I love watching soccer. And I'm just a social human being who likes interacting with people out there. So during my free time, I'm comfortable meeting with friends, talking to friends, and creating that kind of interaction because I know networks are created through such kind of interactions. From my childhood, I've been a political human being. When I was at Nkrumah, I was part of unionism. When I was at University of Zambia, I was a campaign manager for one of the union presidents. And throughout my life, I've always believed that I can always serve people. And I think in my previous experiences, people are able to identify my potential. But the most important thing, perhaps, that prompted me to go for political office and abandon the NGO work that I was doing. When I left teaching, I joined the NGO world. And the NGO world, I think it taught me how to step out of the classroom and be able to work for the people in a community setup. And I felt that politics was the space where I was going to represent the people in masses, where I was going to speak for the people who are voiceless, where I was going to help to fight inequality, because I'm a strong believer of equality. So I felt that political space was a space where I was going to be, because I know that there are a lot of people out there who can speak for themselves, but they need a voice that is going to do that. And when I looked at the political space, it is the place where I grew up, the place whose geography I understand, whose challenges I understand, whose people understand. I thought I could have been the right person to represent the people of Itestes. To be honest, in the previous years, the type of leadership that we used to have, I have to be honest, was not satisfying to me. And I thought I was going to be a solution in bringing about quality leadership, a leadership that would be representative in nature, a leadership that would be fearless, and a leadership that understands the challenges of the people. So I thought I was equal to the task. Being a member of parliament, I've got very specific and defined functions. And these are the functions that perhaps the people out there might not be able to understand. That mine is legislative, I'm a lawmaker. And mine is representative, I need to represent the views of the people. Now, having a deep understanding on what the people of Itesses face, what challenges they face, I've got very specific aspirations and dreams that I strongly feel 5 years down the line, God willing, I should be able to actualize these things, and the people of Itesses should see that much desired change. I want to mention that I'm a product of women support, and I'm also a product of the support from the youths. So these two groupings, they are very key in terms of ensuring that their aspirations are met. Now, Itestes is a rural district, is a rural constituency, a lot of challenges. First of all, one of the things I want to bring is to increase the participation of civil society organizations, community-based organizations, and also international organizations to come on board and help bridge the gap which government fails to satisfy. That is one of my aspirations, because a lot of social issues that are happening there, issues around unwanted pregnancies, issues around unsafe abortion, issues around maternal health, and issues around youth participation, they need other players to come on board. And my role is to lobby. I want to bring this on board so that where government doesn't reach, these other players will come on board. In the social services, the people of ETSS, they do not have a hospital. I was arguing in the House that ETSS has no hospital. The definition of a hospital is not what the population of over 70,000 deserves. I want to see that we've got a first class hospital that will have all the essentials, a theater, a laboratory, eye clinic, and everything that a rural district deserves. I want to ensure to have a hospital and a lot of other rural health facilities. I'll give an example of Mbira, Makunku, and Mbira and Mbira Makunku. These rural health centers, as I speak now, they are cut off from the mainland. These are some of the rural health centers that I want to see that they are upgraded, and also we have a district hospital, because I understand that health is key. Apart from the health sector, I'm also looking at the road sector. We have had a bad share in the national cake, because from the time in Kaunda era, that's the last time that the people of Itezes had a road. We are working around the clock to ensure that I lobby that the people of Itezes have a road which is D769, the one coming from Mumba, coming down to Itezes, because Itezes is a hive of activity. There is tourism there, there is agriculture, there are issues to do with a bit of mining. There is a crop agriculture is very prominent in it. It's a food basket. Now, all these people, they are compounded by the challenges of lot. In it says we generate power. There is a power generation, ITPC, it says power corporation. We generate about 20, we generate a reasonable amount of power to the national grid. Now, look at the kind of a road that we have in such a place where there's a lot of potential. As I speak, the tourists, they shun it as. A lot of investors, they shun it. Even NGOs are now shunning it because of the quality of the road. And a lot of young entrepreneurs who are in transport business, a lot of bus owners, they are not free to do the business because of the quality of the road. So for me, I feel that the moment we open up this road, D769, it will open up a lot of economic opportunities, a lot of social opportunities, and it will make business easier, and it will also make it more attractive to the people out there. The other area that is very passionate to me is the area of education. I'm a teacher, I'm an educationist. I strongly feel we need to have quality education system in the district. Currently, we only have one boarding school, which was not even complete. Some of the facilities like the water treatment and the other facilities were not complete by the people that were doing the road. It was funded by government. Now, when you look out there, we've got a larger, younger population. The demand for school is very high. And I'm working around the clock to see to it that with our other stakeholders, we also upgrade the other new secondary schools which are in the outskirts, so that those new secondary schools can also be able to provide boarding facilities, and those learners they benefit from CDF. And we also fight some of the vices like teenage pregnancies that as a result of young people coming from their villages, renting in communities, and people they take advantage of some of the challenges they face. The last one amongst the key priorities is issues around the young people and the women. We don't have a youth skills center in HSS, and you know that CDF has come. Young people should participate in the value chain of the CDF. They can only participate if they've got skills. We don't have companies, we don't have industries in HSS apart from the fishing, which is competitive, which is political in nature, with a lot of stringent laws. So what can unlock the potential of HSS is having a youth skills center, human capital. I want the young people of ETSS to go for bricklaying, to go for carpentry, and I don't want them to go and do it in Kaoma, in Kab. We don't want to export our money. We need, within the 2 years, within a space of 1 year, build our own youth skills center, be able to put equipment. The young people from within the communities access it, they develop their skills, they own companies, they start to generate their own income. The district also starts money trickling in the district. People from the villages come in town, people build houses, other people rent there. Unfortunately, the current situation, a lot of young people might not access the youth skills center because they will not go to Kaoma. Those between the age of 24 to 35 who are supposed to benefit, They might not manage to leave their wives. They might not manage to leave their husbands. It's a social issue. So our desire is that we build our own youth skill center that is going to unlock the potential of ETSS, because the only industry which is there is fishing, and fishing has become competitive. The local people are not accessing the fish. The pricing for fishing is very high. Women are now being taken advantage of in the process of being part of the value chain for fish purchase. The industry is not giving the benefits to the people. So we need to look outside the box and ensure that we now go the youth way by capacity building the youths, capacity building the women, so that they can also participate in the space of the economy of ETSS. Maybe the last one I would want to comment, Naza, is the issue around the tourism potential of ETSS. The tourism potential of ETSS has never been tapped for a long time. All of you, you know that ETSS is a tourist town, but you have very little understanding. I will tell you that we've got the best animals around there. Just a stone throw from the township of ETSS, you are in the game park, you see lions, you see impalas. Just a walk to the lake, you see crocodiles. Everything is there. In ETSS, there are about 20 lodges along the lake. These lodges, they are very few. People have got very few information about what they can offer. These are beautiful, high-class lodges that can bring a lot of money to contribute to the GDP of this country, that can employ a lot of young people, that can make it says economy unlock. But very few is said about them. The tourists who go to Livingston, they are supposed to create a connection. It says Livingston package, so that those who come from Livingston, they end up in it. It says those who come to say they go to Livingston, they are doing the Mwezi Road. But all this is not known. So mine is to sell the district. Mine is to engage investors. As I speak now, I'm talking to all the lodge owners. We find means of coming up with local tourism initiatives. I'm also trying to understand what challenges they are facing, so that we work with the Ministry of Tourism, so that we see how their business can thrive and be able to move forward.
House is on a 20 minutes break, which is supposed to see us through to 17 hours and just under 2 minutes, so we expect business to resume. A quick look at business that has been considered on the floor of the House.
Yes, when business resumed, Madam Speaker did make 3 announcements, and the first announcement that Madam Speaker made was to inform the House that the National Assembly Library Department has in stock various books meant for distribution to all constituency offices countrywide. And the purpose of distributing the books to constituencies is to establish information centers at parliamentary constituency level as a way of extending library services to the general public. And in this regard, she will inform and urge the House that those constituencies have not yet received the books to contact the Chief Librarian to make arrangements for collection of the books. A list of constituencies which have not yet collected their share will be distributed to all honourable members through their pigeonholes. That's an announcement that the second Deputy Speaker made earlier.
The other announcement was with regards to the public address system, in which the Honourable Speaker informed the House that the public address system in the chamber has adjustable microphone stems, and that a number of microphone stems have been replaced due to damage caused by some members who adjust the stems while debating. The member of Honourable Speaker informed the House that the replacement of damaged units comes at a great cost, and that in order to avoid damage the microphone stems, honourable members are advised to avoid touching the microphones while debating, and if the microphone is to be adjusted, honourable members must do so with utmost care.
The other announcement that the second Deputy Speaker made was to acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery of honorable members of Public Accounts Committee on Local Government from the Parliament of Uganda. We'll be able to share with you the details of the names of delegates that have come all the way from Uganda and share the details of their visitation. Julius, at the time business was suspended, it was considering motion of supply, and it was Mr. Sika.
You were saying the House was considering a motion of supply, and Wapula member of Parliament was on the floor of the House, and so as that now there's no quorum in the House, we expect a quorum to be formed, and then he'll be given opportunity to continue with his deliberation. Currently, the subject matter is a motion of supply, motion of 30th September 2022, arising from the budget presentation by the Minister of Finance and National Planning when he presented the 2023 national budget. And so policy is being debated as members of our parliament are considering the budget in the expanded budget planning and budget committee that is examining the budget. And so currently only policy contained in the address is being debated by members of parliament.
So far we've seen Kawampa Member of Parliament debating, Mr. Joseph Sanje also Mbabala Member of Parliament debating, and at the time business was interrupted, it was Wapula Member of Parliament who was debating.
Right, and earlier,
when
of course,
business was suspended, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning that the House do now resolve into Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023, together with the annual borrowing plan presented to the National Assembly in September 2022. And the Honorable Member for Wapula was debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, the GDP growth in future, just as in the past, contains external dominant players. So you have a situation, Mr. Speaker, where you can have growth in your GDP and have growth of the poverty levels in the country, even more than the growth you are having in the GDP. Mr. Speaker, this is about Human Development Index. The Human Development Index, Mr. Speaker, simply put, it's the average well-being of citizens in a particular country. That is the Human Development Index. The Human Development Index is calculated using a simple formula with three factors at play. That is, you add life expectancy index, you add GDP index, you add life expectancy index, GDP index, and literacy index. Then you multiply by a third. When you multiply by a third, you get your Human Development Index. The Human Development Index in 2010 was 0.443. The Human Development Index in 2019 had grown to 0.584, thanks to the previous PF government, Mr. Speaker. Stimulating economic growth, Mr. Speaker, stimulating economy and improving the livelihood require radical transformation, Mr. Speaker. No other government can have the best interest of Zambian citizens other than our own government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Zambian government must stand up and protect its Zambian citizens economically, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if our government doesn't stand up to protect our citizens economically, Mr. Speaker, this economic transformation is designated to fail. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, human mind is our fundamental resource, and the human mind, being the fundamental resource, gives us the power to transform society. including this society. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Siavonga.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to the budget speech by the minister, I get very surprised when I see people attaching emotions to a very straightforward thing. Just now, the previous speaker was saying this budget, if people are clapping, they must be upside down in thinking. Somebody is saying we should sit down and look at the economy, look at the development, even the previous speaker from Ruapula. If we went there today, I wonder why at times, for lack of a better term, Mr. Speaker, why we don't want to face the truth and have the sense of shame. I wonder. Enson Ewuntu. What UPND has done, no party, no government has ever done what UPND has done.
Honorable Member, what does Isoni Ewuntu mean?
You must feel ashamed at times. Then you realize you are a human being. Because a normal human being will be ashamed at times. Because if you look at, Mr. Speaker, look at the CDF. The CDF that we have never seen to where it is today, his own relatives, the relatives for the members on your left, Mr. Speaker, they have been employed. And they are saying the government has not done anything. The CDF right now, there are people are benefiting every constituency. Surely a normal thinking human being would you say this government is not doing anything? And just a normal one, I'm just saying a normal one. If they brought CDF from the tune of 1.6 to 25.7 in your constituency, can you say there is nothing? And that is what our colleague was saying. That is now upside down thinking. Exactly. So we need to just see to it to say, is this budget talking to the aspirations of our people? When it comes to health personnel, our children, our relatives, our nieces, today they are working. And somebody will still stand here. No wonder some people, Mr. Speaker, they stood up to vote that insults should continue in this house. Sure. What kind of thinking is that? If it's not upside down. Your people have sent you that you are a honorable member. You are going to represent us. And you are going to act honorably. And from Ruapura, you come and defend that. All the way from there, how many kilometers? Mr. Speaker, agriculturally, these people that are being employed, the extension officers that the government is engaging, they will not be one side. They will be everywhere. Even in their constituencies, these that are saying point of order, they are there, they will be there. Today they are enjoying, this weekend they will be going down to their constituencies because they want to go and commission projects. They want to go and see to it that their people are benefiting from this fund. What is better than that? What is better than that, colleagues? Allow him to stand so that we tell him that just last week, Ria was in his constituency, commissioning some projects which PF never did. There are no roads in Chirubi Island. There are no roads. And they have been in power. That's why I'm saying that word which you stopped me using, Mr. Speaker, I would use it, but I'm not going to use it. You see, if there are no roads, there is nothing. It was darkness until the UPND went there. Mr. Speaker, Ria was there in his constituency. He spent 2 weeks, he was not here. He was commissioning projects. He was administering CDF. Mr. Speaker, He was administering CDF. He was in the constituency. We used to hear him through Zoom.
Order.
Through Zoom. What was he doing?
Order. There's a
It's
point
because
of
the
order.
government has taken money there. And he's enjoying it. His relatives are
Order. Honorable member, order. There's a point of order by the honorable member of Pambashe.
He has withdrawn the point of order.
Reluctantly, Mr. Speaker, I stand to raise on the point of order on my brother debating, Member of Parliament for Siavong, who is the second term, and he understands the standing orders and the rules of this House, Mr. Speaker, that we don't debate in ourselves. He is the Honourable Member of Parliament for Siavonga, and the relevant of speech, as Article 65 very popular states, is in order to debate the members of Parliament from Luapula province instead of debating the budget. I seek your serious ruling, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
We encourage members of Parliament at all times to debate in the third person. The honorable member was out of order to debate in another member of Parliament. May the honorable member continue.
Mr. Speaker, through you, I cherish your counsel. And through you, my elder brother from Pambashe, he was here talking about the minister here without evidence. I want to leave that one out. What I'm talking about is this government has taken development to each and every constituency. And I'm saying people that have been employed are not only UPND members. They are even PF, independent, and everywhere. And that's where the government stands. Because the government says we are going to take development to every corner of this nation. And they have demonstrated that. Mr. Speaker, just a few months ago, we could not talk about those things. A few months ago. Because at some point, when we are here, if I come to governance, when we are here, the rule of law, when we are here, some people came under governance. They wanted to victimize us over some bills here. And do we have I'm talking about the cadarism, the rule of law that we have stored in this country. It's there, it's in the budget. Go and read that. Go and read that.
Order. Honorable member of Chinsali, you love ranting. It's not in order. If you want to rise, you can't debate while you're seated. Let's be orderly in our approach. If you are indicating you want to rise on a point of order, just like the way he did, you indicate and then we'll pick you. Those rants are not helping. No one will entertain it. May the honorable member continue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. We talked about what this government is able to do through this budget. These same people that are saying you should not be talking too much, I refuse to be told to stop talking. Because when you look at the recent issue, the meal allowances, we were here, some of the members, including themselves when they are this side, we tried to defend that. They went ahead. Today they want to be the champions, to come here and do the same. That's why I said that word is very cardinal. I'm not going to use it. But what we are saying, Mr. Speaker, is that this government will not leave anyone behind. This government is a government for every citizen of this nation. And will make sure that everyone benefits from this government. We will not do what others did. At least they quote me what they did. Because at that time, what we are receiving, somebody was saying, I'm talking about the budget speech. And that's what I'm debating upon. And I'm not going to be detracted by you because you are used to that. I'm orderly. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
May the honorable member of Bahati pick up the floor. Bangweulu, the honorable member for Bangweulu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity for the people of Bangweulu to make some comments on 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, before I go ahead, I just want to emphasize one important point. This is a budget for UPND, as they have been putting it. Okay? So our members on the right, they are the ones who have brought this budget to this house. And what they should be doing when they are debating is to tell the Zambian people why we must support this budget, not debating ourselves. That being said, I've looked at this prescription, the prescription of 2023. And I also looked at the doctor's prescription of last year. And there are a number of things that the minister has
Which
prescribed.
doctor are you referring to?
The Minister of Finance, Dr. Stumbe Komstokotwane. Because for me, this budget, I'm comparing it to a prescription. Because there are a number of things that he has prescribed to do in order to transform the economy of this country. Okay? That's why I'm comparing it to the prescription of last year, where I'm going to start my debate from I mean. From the budget of 2022, the minister prescribed a number of interventions to stimulate economic development, to create wealth, and to reduce poverty. And he spoke about producing and selling more minerals, processing raw agriculture products, manufacturing more goods for export, give concessions to mines to trigger production, job creation, and business opportunities to local suppliers. So my question now is, have we seen production and selling of minerals increase in the last 1 year? The answer is no. Have we seen processing of agriculture products? The answer is no. Have we seen more goods manufactured for export? The answer is no. We have...
That's the only thing.
The answer is no. If UPND employed teachers, so what? That is what governments do. That is what governments do, Mr. Speaker. That is a job of any given government. It is expected. It is like pressing an ATM to dispense your own money. That is what governments do. Okay? I'll talk about what we should be talking about. When we debate the budget in this manner, we should not be simplistic. It should not be a PF-UPND exercise.
Order. There's a point of order. Honorable member from Bavala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As our honorable member who is debating, Mr. Speaker, continues to ask himself questions and he continues to mislead himself and his members, that he's answering no to things where he has not put any evidence, Mr. Speaker. Can he produce the evidence for his answers, which are basically continued Chiringa-ringa debate? Thank you.
Honorable member, you didn't cite any standing orders that have been breached.
Order number 65, Mr. Speaker, on the evidence, because he has not produced any single figures for what he has said, and there is no relevance on what he's saying.
Honorable members, let's ensure that as we debate, the information we provide should be factual to avoid misleading the masses out there. The honorable member can continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. How many jobs have we created in the mining industry for the past 1 year? Zero. How many jobs have we created in the agriculture sector in the last 1 year? Zero. How many jobs have we created in tourism? Zero. That is what I was saying, Mr. Speaker. What I'm proposing to this government, it is to take money into innovation, science and technology. We should be talking about mechanizing agriculture so that our people do not continue to use horse.
Point of order.
Okay? We should be talking about equipment to invest in agriculture so that our farmers. I'm pausing, Mr. Speaker, to allow noisemakers to finish.
There's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened attentively to the honorable member who is debating, who is giving figures pertaining to job creation, and he did indicate that in the agricultural sector, there has been no jobs that were created. Yet myself, who is standing here, I have employed more than 50 in my farm. Is it in order to start misleading the nation without figures? Yeah. Person to 65.
I think, honorable member, let's be factual as we are debating.
Where is evidence?
To avoid misleading the public, especially issues to do with jobs, because we may not have the figures to substantiate what we are claiming, because employment can be created both in the public and private sector. So unless we've got information that we can really back with what we are saying. So let's ensure that we are factual at all times. May the honorable member continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be talking to the figures.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, he was saying that the mining sector.
The time is running.
There's another point of order.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 65, the honorable member is saying that there are zero jobs created in the mining sector. Mr. Speaker, we just launched the Kansanshi nickel mine, which is creating over 2,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, is the honorable member in order to insinuate and lie on the floor of the House that we have created zero jobs in the mining sector? I seek your serious ruling, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The honorable member, I should start with the honorable minister. The word lie is unparliamentary. And then the honorable member is not in order to mislead the public that there are no jobs that have been created in the mining sector, because both in the print and electronic media, it was there that there was a mine somewhere in northwestern province, somewhere last month, that was commissioned. So the honorable member was not in order. Thank you. May the honorable member continue.
It is my considered view, Mr. Speaker, that we've not seen meaningful numbers in those years. So
Another point of order.
I'll proceed. I'll now talk about...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
May the honorable member continue, because you are debating a budget speech which has got a lifeline. We are supposed to conclude by 28th of this month, and Tuesday we are all aware it's a holiday, and other circumstances that are unforeseen that would hinder us to progress as we work. So the honorable member may continue. If this trend continues, I will suspend point of orders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me talk about borrowing, for example. In this budget, the Minister of Finance is proposed that we borrow $100 million towards tourism development. Okay? In the same vein, he has cancelled visas for foreign tourists. And according to him, according to the budget on page 18, according to this budget, 497 tourists visited this country by the middle of this year. So if you multiply that number, Mr. Speaker, the 497 tourists that visited Zambia, if you multiply that number by $40, the visa fee, you are going to get $19 million. But he's going to borrow $100 million so that he could fund tourism development at $15 million. So where is the logic? He suspended visas, which will have given to this country $20 million US. But he's going to borrow $100 million, of which $15 million is going towards tourism development. There is no logic in that kind of arrangement. Let me also talk about the energy sector, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. According to page 25 of this budget, the minister said...
There's a point of order?
You suspended point of orders.
No. I said if it becomes an orderly, I'll suspend. You know that point of orders are at the discretion of the presiding officer. So if I feel likewise that it should be granted, no one would question it. So the Honorable, the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to 65. I'm seated here with a lot of members raising on a point of orders. I think the member debating, Mr. Speaker, is not telling the truth. Page 18, under tourism, states that the number of international tourist arrivals increased to 496,456 during the first half of 2022. Is he in order to be misleading the nation that only 496 people, tourists, visited Zambia in the first quarter? Mr. Speaker, I need your serious ruling on this one.
Order. I think I've guided on this matter that let's be factual as we are debating to avoid misleading not only the House, but the sub-region as a whole. Thank you. May the honorable member continue.
Mr. Speaker, 496,000. If you multiply that by $40 per tourist, you are going to get $19 million US. Okay? So that is the point I was making, Mr. Speaker. 497,000. So if you multiply that by $40, we are losing $19,000, which we could have raised. Let me talk about, in my few seconds, I talk about energy. The minister said, as a country, we have achieved surplus in electricity generation capacity of 1,156 megawatts, which has resulted into exports to $100 million in 6 months. So the investment that was invested in the energy sector in terms of electricity has ensured that this country is making to the excess of $100 million in 6 months. So the investment, the loan which was borrowed, was actually invested appropriately. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mwandi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing the people of Mwandi, through me, to contribute to the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by saying, today I've learned something that is very, very important, that knowledge and wisdom are two different things. Knowledge is knowing tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is not to add it in a fruit salad. As you are approaching this budget that was presented in this house, you need to come with both knowledge and wisdom. Because at the end of it all, you end up confusing yourself if you bring one on the table. Mr. Speaker, as we were leaving, the Minister of Finance delivered the speech. On the door of this house, I was approached by one of the members from the left, and they categorically told me, "You are taking us out of business." This speech is, the delivery of this is so nice. We are seeing ourselves out of business. Having lived for these years, Mr. Speaker, I have learned that the last kicks of a dying horse are very strong. When you see people vigorously debating even on straightforward things, you can tell that those are last kicks of a dying horse. Mr. Speaker, I've also learned you cannot wow the unwowables. You cannot please people that cannot be pleased. So from this, you can see that they are unpleasables. Even if we brought the budget that was drafted from heaven, they will never support it. Mr. Speaker, this budget that has well balanced, Mr. Speaker, speaks to us Zambians. Let me start with tourism, Mr. Speaker. Someone says we've lost $19 million. Let me say this. If at all, the reason why we are having tourists coming is because of that suspension. That was taken out. And you cannot categorically calculate like that. Talk about the bed spaces. Those people that have lodges, they are eating, they are increasing. That is the part of the increasing that we are talking about. We are talking about that poor person in Kafiwe who is busy doing curiosities. That means that they are also benefiting because as these tourists come, they are buying these things from Zambia. So you cannot calculate like that, Mr. Speaker. That's why I'm saying this budget, as you approach it, you need wisdom. You cannot just approach figures like that. Mr. Speaker, these people have also spoken. You know, they are making CDF a joke, which is very, very painful. That's why in my previous speech, Mr. Speaker, I categorically stated if there was a way I could ask the Minister of Finance to take them back to 1.6, I would do it. Mr. Speaker, just in this, the recession, if there were people that were pleased to give those grants, you know, it's them. They were there parading. Go to Kanchibia, go to the Honorable. He was there parading, Mr. Speaker, showing exactly how much the UPND government has done. Who amongst them paraded a check for 900 for grants previously? Zero. They didn't have, during their time it was not there. Mr. Speaker, these people, let them learn to appreciate. Let them to appreciate what the new government, Don government is doing. And they also need to realize when they come and also oppose this budget, Mr. Speaker, they are not opposing us. They are opposing the Zambian people that are benefiting from the CDF, from the grassroots. Mr. Speaker, as we spoke about, let me also go to the environmental protection. Mr. Speaker, the UPND has a plan. environmental sustainability. Go to page 2 of the budget and read about it. We have the Zambia Integrated Forest Plan. Let me go back, way back to their time. Who degazetted Forest 27? That is a protected area, Mr. Speaker. As we speak today, Chongwe River has dried because they failed to protect the forests. This is now us doing everything to protect them. They are here to oppose. Who are you opposing? The Zambian people. Today, Mr. Speaker, even as CDF has increased, when you talk about job creation, don't just look at what is created by the government. Even me in CDF, Mr. Speaker, in Mwandi, I have created jobs. If you are failing to create jobs in your constituency, come, we'll give you lessons on how to do it. Mr. Speaker, as during this CDF, as Mwandi constituents, we have done over 1,000 desks that we've distributed. Isn't that job creation? As the government has employed those teachers that have been deployed in your constituencies, it's also increasing the purchasing power in your various constituencies. The woman who's selling fish today does not need to take your fish from your constituency to Lusaka. They can sell because there's purchasing power within your constituency. Part of job creation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, access to health. You can see the increment. Mr. Speaker, you can see the direction of the new Dawn government. Increment we know that a health is a wealth nation, and you can see where we are spending resources. Mr. Speaker, women empowerment and youth. Mr. Speaker, I want one of them today to stand and tell us that we have not created jobs for the youth. They cannot. Mr. Speaker, we cannot come here to politic and use the Zambians to politic. The Zambians out there are happy. And Mr. Speaker, even them inside their hearts they are very happy. They are just short of saying the new Dawn government you are delivering. Because they still have that anger of being taken out of power. But as it is, Mr. Speaker, even the Honorable Member for Matero is happy. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I submit.
There is a point of order by the Honorable Member of Chilumi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order pursuant to... This is why I want to raise a point of order. I rise on a point of order pursuant to 207. Mr. Speaker, in the Commonwealth and in our Parliament, which also is part of Commonwealth, there is what is called manner and form, under which business is conducted in Parliament. Apart from that, if you read 207, you find that this House has deteriorated into contempt because of the way we are conducting business in this Parliament. I would give examples, Mr. Speaker, where you read different points there. You find that...
Honorable Member, state what has been breached.
Yes, what has been breached is the manner and form, where members... There is Standing Order 207, read it properly. You find that the way we are conducting business here, there is partiality, even where the chair gets involved in a debate to answer questions that ministers are supposed to answer, where some of the members are not protected. The members are not being protected because they are coming from the right. Clearly, the nation is watching. And we cannot go on, we deteriorate the national budget to an extent where it's more like personal, PF versus what? We can't go on like this.
Honorable Member, order. At no time, you are the one that is trying to be contemptuous because you are trying to involve the presiding officer in your debate. So going forward, let's not do that. May the Honorable Member continue. The Honorable Member for Bahati.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'll try to be objective and sober in my debate, not just making noise like the other member who was on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, let me say that I'm a very sad member of Parliament this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, I've lost a 10-year-old girl by the name of Alice Moseka, who drowned in the Chivalashi Dam. I lost a girl on Kandu in Mansa. In case you want to escort me, we can go. I can go with you. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, let me state that I'll just focus my debate on a few issues that caught my attention in this budget address. Mr. Speaker, on page 26, 25 and 26, the Minister of Finance is proposing to borrow money in order to finish the remaining circuits on the Kenya, Tanzania, Zambia interconnector, also known as the KTZ. Mr. Speaker, let me state that this is a good move. It's a welcome move, because we see that the New Dawn government is trying to continue with the projects that the previous government left. Mr. Speaker, allow me to just briefly highlight some of the issues concerning the interconnectors and other ZESCO issues. Mr. Speaker, ZESCO in the recent past embarked on a very ambitious program to improve service delivery to its clients, both in Zambia and outside Zambia. Mr. Speaker, we've seen the coming on board of the Kafue Gorge Lower Power Station. We've seen, Mr. Speaker, the coming on board of a number of interconnectors like the Zambia-Zimbabwe, the Zambia DRC, which is also known as the Solwezi-Kolwezi, ask Zambezi West, he knows these things. Mr. Speaker, there's also the Zambia-Namibia interconnector. And Mr. Speaker, there is also a project called the Lusaka Transmission, Distribution and Rehabilitation Project. Mr. Speaker, all these are projects that ZESCO embarked on in order just to improve service delivery to its clients. And Mr. Speaker, let me state here that these projects have changed the lives of millions of our citizens. These projects, Mr. Speaker, have improved the livelihoods of millions of the people of Zambia. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the men and women who initiated these projects, the men and women who sourced funding for these projects. Mr. Speaker, let me say, PF Mwawombeni, PF Mwawombeni, meaning, Mr. Speaker, that PF, well done for changing millions of lives of our people through the projects that ZESCO embarked on. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is proposing to triple the production of copper in the next 10 years. But, Mr. Speaker, this budget is so silent on the expansion of power generation. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is always comparing us to the next jurisdiction, not knowing, Mr. Speaker, that the next jurisdiction, the neighboring jurisdiction, the DRC, as one of the biggest hydroelectric station on the continent. So, Mr. Speaker, for us to triple the copper production, I'll urge the minister or the new Dawn government to seriously consider investing in power generation. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Meaning?
are you listening? Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance is proposing that Indeni should start evacuating finished products, which is diesel from Dar es Salaam to Lusaka. Mr. Speaker, on one hand, this is a welcome move. But on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, this sounds like a pipe dream, just like so many other pipe dreams that has come from that side, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are so many challenges that the new Dawn government needs to tackle before they even think of bringing finished products using the pipeline. Mr. Speaker, the pipeline, it's in the budget. The pipeline, Mr. Speaker, was the pipeline dream and the pipe dream by the new Dawn government. Mr. Speaker, the pipeline is obsolete. As Mr. Speaker, this pipeline was commissioned in 1973, and we've not seen any major overhaul on this pipeline. Mr. Speaker, what we need to start with, as the new Dawn government is dreaming of evacuating fuel from Dar es Salaam to Ndola, is pumping out about 90,000.
There's a point of order, Honorable Member. Yeah. Honorable Member for Mwembeshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was trying to add pieces here and there because the debater, he's confused here and there, and he has forced me to raise only a point of order pursuant to our Standing Order 65. He's doing chipante pande. The Minister of Finance said,
Chipante pante meaning what, Honorable Member?
Kicking anyhow.
What did you say?
Kicking anyhow. Headless chicken going this side, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Now, Mr. Speaker, the minister said that because of the massive power generation which is going to be in 2023, he has actually proposed to spend money to make an interconnector into the eastern region, Eastern Africa, because the southern power pool has become small. Is the speaker in order to start saying that the minister has not said anything to do with energy and that we are going to fail to expand because Congo is building a massive power production? Is he in order? Because it seems he didn't even read the speech from the Minister of Finance. I seek a serious ruling because Chiringalinga, Speaker Chiringalinga, headless chicken. Yes.
Kicking everywhere. The honorable member, because maybe the Minister of Finance presented his budget speech last week. Maybe he's forgotten that that the honorable member, the Honorable Minister, mentioned about it. So the honorable member can continue.
Mr. Speaker, I've got the speech, and I think the Jamba maybe is drunk. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Mr. Speaker, the sole purpose of the KTZ is to simply link the Eastern African power pool to the Southern African power pool. And Mr. Speaker, Zambia will be a link in the two power pools. The honorable member doesn't know. He should consult me, come to me, I will teach him. Mr. Speaker, the minister is proposing to do some roads using the power, the PPP mode, public-private partnership. Madam Speaker, but the budget is silent on other important roads in certain provinces, like the Mwendo Kasomena Road, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of Luapula province are eagerly waiting for the Mwenda Kasomeno Road. Mr. Speaker, we've got dilapidated roads in the province. The two roads leading into Luapula province, Mr. Speaker, the Tuta Road, the Petico Road, are in a deplorable state, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of Bahati or the people of Zambia are asking that what is going to happen to the machinery at Indeni once this government starts bringing in finished products using the pipeline? What is going to happen to the separator at Indeni?
Order. Honorable member, the time is up. Honorable member, the time is up. Next, honorable member for Mangango.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for according us the opportunity as the good people of Mangango to have a say to this budget. A very, very progressive budget. A budget that is giving hope to the people of Zambia. A budget that is very much in opposite to the previous budgets that have been presented under the Patriotic Front government. Mr. Speaker, this budget shot the Patriotic Front in their feet, such that by the time after it was just read, most of our colleagues, Mr. Speaker, were confessing that they actually want to defect because they have got now other work remaining for them. Mr. Speaker, this budget is telling us that social cash transfer, Mr. Speaker, is going to be increased from, Mr. Speaker, social cash transfer is going to be increased.
There's a point of order
from
member for Lunte.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for according me this opportunity to rise on a point of order on my honorable colleague who is debating. And that is based on content of speech, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this budget address, which the Honorable Minister of Finance tendered to the nation through this House, is a national address. This is not a UPND address. It's not a PF address. This is a government document, Mr. Speaker. Why would an honorable member think PF is not a partaker of this document, to think that PF has been shot in the leg? Why is he alienating the Patriotic Front from this national document? Is this the division which the honorable member sees in this document, when in fact this document relates to all Zambians? Mr. Speaker, this propensity to divide the nation from the floor of the House must come to an end. I seek your serious ruling, Mr. Speaker, on this divisive approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Order. But the honorable member, you rose correctly on the point of order, though you adequately debated it also yourself on your own. Yeah. So, the honorable member, continue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. You know, there is always a saying to say the guilty are always afraid. So I don't know whether my brother is one of those that approached me that they want to defect. Mr. Speaker, this budget is giving us a very good scenario that CDF will be increased, Mr. Speaker, from an amount of 300 kwacha to 400 kwacha per beneficiary. In Mangango, Mr. Speaker, this has been very much welcomed by the people of Mangango. And, Mr. Speaker, for your own information, the way now CDF is being disbursed is just across the board, not as it used to happen in those times, Mr. Speaker, of those colleagues of ours that are on your left. When it was their time, they used to segregate. If they see that this one is a UPND member, they never used to give them CDF, those people on your left, Mr. Speaker. And that was very bad because everyone is a Zambian. As we speak right now, all those that are supposed to benefit of the CDF are benefiting. And it also, this budget indicates that actually CDF for the disabled will be increased from 600 to 800 kwacha, which is very, very good for our Zambian people. Mr. Speaker, those colleagues on your left, Mr. Speaker, they never thought about this. Actually, during their time, it was a very small amount. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that our colleagues could do was to divide the country and not unify the country. Mr. Speaker, I want also to talk about the recruitment of extension officers, 256 extension officers. Mr. Speaker, this is a very good move because in Mangango we need extension officers, Mr. Speaker.
Order. There's a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Standing Order 65, to be factual. And the honorable member is insinuating that at a given time, CDF was not given equally to the members of parliament. Okay? As he is the honorable member in order to mislead this nation, he was not even part of the house. So, and he has no evidence to lay on the table to indicate that, why are you misbehaving? Why are you misbehaving? Keep quiet. You are misbehaving. Mr. Speaker, is the minister, BF. Mr. Speaker, is the honorable member of parliament in order to mislead this nation and this house that CDF previously was given unequally? I seek your serious ruling, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I think order. Let's ensure that this house is orderly. The honorable member, you were saying that CDF was applied selectively?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And I have evidence there, even with the...
What were you basing on? Were you basing on the information that has been given on the floor of the House by the Minister of Local Government before, or,
Yes,
or do you
Mr.
have
Speaker.
evidence to substantiate what you are saying?
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Minister of Local Government has that information and it was given on the floor of this House by Honorable Vincent Mwale. Mr. Speaker, even as we speak right now, the Member of Parliament for Shangombo can testify that they never received CDF. Even me, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that in 2018, Mangango never received the CDF. Mr. Speaker, not only that, your office has a letter.
But order, honorable member, as much as you know that CDF was not applied equally, or it was applied selectively, if you are bringing it on the floor of the House, you have to substantiate. You have to lay something on the table, even if that could be in public domain, but you have to bring on the floor of the House for us to prove. So ensure that whatever you are debating is factual and verifiable. You can continue, honorable member.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to continue with my debate as if I was not disrupted by my honorable brother there. Mr. Speaker, the 2023 budget, CDF will be increased from 25 0.7 million to 28.3 million. With us, the people of Mangango, Mr. Speaker, this is a very good move and a very welcome move. And it is giving us greater hope as people of Mangango where it comes to development. Mr. Speaker, Mangango's infrastructure development is mainly dependent on CDF. And this is visible now, starting this year, that this development is being seen, as opposed to the previous 1.6 million that was being given by those people on your left, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what can be constructed in 1.6 million? Just one clinic is even less for a clinic. Mr. Speaker, most of the money was not being given to the people in the constituencies as it is being given now under CDF. We don't know where they were taking the money. We don't know. Maybe that's why there are even these reports from the auditor's report of exorbitant payments. Instead of taking the money in constituencies, they were busy paying people exorbitantly, which was not necessary. And this was depriving development, Mr. Speaker, in our constituencies. Mr. Speaker, most of the people that were being paid these huge sums have even economically developed because they are the only beneficiaries of the government's resources. Most of our poor citizens, Mr. Speaker, like in Mangango, we are suffering. Even Mr. Sheikh is confirming, Mr. Speaker. And that is the reason why the people have loved the UPND government. Because this new Dawn government, Mr. Speaker, is bringing proper and equitable development in all the conferences than the segregated patriotic front. The Panga family, as they used to call it. That's why people didn't even vote for them. Because people never used to see development in the areas. Mr. Speaker, we know that now with this kind of...
order, there's a point of order by the Honorable Member of Matero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought it was Speaker, Deputy Speaker attract. I've gotten used to responding to a point of order, green light. Mr. Speaker, I've sat here and listened. I had to pick up what the Honorable is saying. We are guided by Standing Order 65 that anyone debating should stick to the subject matter. The debate is on the Finance Minister's budget. The Honorable Member keeps talking as if he's addressing the nation on State of the Nation. It was already done by His Excellency. He's talking about what was said in the campaigns about PF. I didn't see PF in the budget speech anywhere in the budget report. Mr. Speaker, is he in order to continue to borrow Honorable Jamba's words, doing chiringalinga, talking about everything and nothing to do with the budget? I seek your serious ruling, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, as you debate, let's ensure that we debate the budget speech. And if you were to refer to PF, I think it's better to refer to say the former government, because I know the budget speech can't be debated without referring to the previous regime. So it's better to mention, I think that will harmonize everything. May the Honorable Member continue?
Thank you very much for your guidance, Mr. Speaker. And the Honorable Member for Matero, he has said it right. I'm speaking like my father, the President of the Republic of Zambia, the Commander-in-Chief of the 4 armed forces. Because I'm under him. I'm not under any other you may think of that maybe I start speaking another language like Indevene Kandarama. Me, I'm under the President of the Republic of Zambia, President Hakainde Hichilema, and hence I speak his words. Mr. Speaker, the development of Zambia, as we speak right now, is very much dependent on the current government, because the previous government did not provide...
You didn't interpret Kasaka Kandalama. What does that mean?
Mr. Speaker, those people on your left, they know very well because that was very common during their tenure. Meaning, this is the owner of the bag of money, and they were jiving like that. I'm not under that. Me, I'm under the current president of the Republic of Zambia, President Hakainde Hichilema, who's leading this country methodically. Mr. Speaker, I wish to continue as if I was not disrupted by the honorable member for Matero, the one who promised people Wi-Fi, which has never been seen up to now. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, let's avoid debating ourselves.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I know in the current government, the Katunda Lukulu Road will be worked on, and I wish to assure the people of Mangango that this, the president of the New Dawn government, has promised us, and it will be so, because our president is a man of his words. He's not like those that promised us and never delivered.
Order. Time is up. The honorable member for Mbambashe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to debate the speech of the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, a budget speech is a very technical subject, and it is not for everyone. The challenge is everybody is an economist, and we want to debate on economic matters that affects our people. It's very technical. You can mislead the people, you can mislead yourself. Mr. Speaker, as you said, we need to refer. I read the budget speech for this year presented by Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Musoto, and by the way, who's a macroeconomist. I also read a budget speech that he presented last year to make comparisons and see whether we are coherent or we are moving in the right direction for the management of this country. I also read his budget speech for 2009, this is the time he was Minister of Finance. I also read the budget speech for 2011 that presented in 2010. What is common is lack of consistency. A lot of inconsistency, Mr. Speaker. To speak for Zambians, all of us here as members of parliament, we must be concerned that the taxes for the mining, for change of the ownership of a mining right, has been reduced from 10% to 7%. While the poor Zambian in Chimwemwe, who wants to sell the house, withholding tax has been increased from 5% to 7.5%. Surely, my brothers, members of parliament, we must be concerned. We must be able to speak for the Zambian people. The last year's budget, Mr. Speaker, presented macro indicators that we shall have a deficit by 6.7%. As the minister was making a presentation of the budget, even before the end of the year, he said we are above the target, we are at 9.7%. Obviously, if all the indicators are okay, inflation rates are okay, and we have managed to arrest the exchange rate, and ZRA is telling us they are collecting above the target. What is causing the expenditure more than what we are collecting? I think my brother, the former Minister of Finance, understands. Then there must be something fundamentally wrong. It's either we are lying to ourselves that we are doing well, when we are not doing well. There must be something fundamentally wrong, because, Mr. Speaker, budget is 10 million kwacha. We are over-collecting. Why should we be spending more than the money we are collecting? Obviously, to understand, there must be something fundamentally wrong. We are boasting, we have managed to arrest the inflation. We are not servicing the international debt. We are collecting above target. We targeted to have the deficit of 6.7. Even before the end of the year, we are already at 9.7%. What is wrong? These are the figures we need to interrogate and find out where are we missing it? Where are the fundamentals that are making us to miss the targets? The second one is on agriculture. I read the budget that we are increasing the support to CASIP now to by 3.9 billion kwacha. And bearing in mind that we are running the output-based budget and not the activity-based budget, how are we going to know, is that money going to reach the intended target? How are we going to know that the money that we have allocated is going to benefit the Zambian people? The minister in today's edition of the newspaper says, this is when we are doing the data correction. What informed the increment? What informed the increment? These are matters we need to begin interrogating for the benefit of the Zambian people. Otherwise, we'll be here without digging deeper and beginning analyzing the budget, and you'll speak. Further, Mr. Speaker, I want to go to Indeni. I learned that, yes, we are changing the ownership. I was worried, Mr. Speaker, if there are conflict minerals around the world, petroleum minerals are conflict minerals, diamond and gold. And I think as we manage this, that is my advice to the UPND administration, we must be very cautious. Otherwise, we shall create the warlords in Zambia. The things we are seeing in Nigeria today, the Boko Haram in the Delta region, it is because of the pipe. Honorable Kapala, why Kaunda decided to be bringing the commingled fuel, it is for security reasons. Imagine we are running a petroleum product that is refined from Tanzania, 1,700 kilometers. How are we going to make sure that Zambians in Muchinga province and the central province will not be puncturing, and we may end up in having another Boko Haram in that region? This is because that is a finished product. We can puncture, correct, we go and say, oh, and that is a cookash. That's why the commingled fuel was a deliberate move for security of the nation. Don't listen to noisemakers. We need to begin analyzing and be careful. Security of the nation is more important than the economic fundamentals. I read that in Deni we need to change. And I know President H.H. is a respecter of the Constitution. I want to cite Constitution 210 and what Zambians talked about, the public assets. 210 too. A major asset shall be sold, transferred, or otherwise disposed of as prescribed, subject to the approval of the National Assembly, signifying by a vote of not less than 2/3 of the members of Parliament. In clause number 3, for the purpose of this article, a major asset includes a parastatal equity held by government as prescribed. Now, how can administration, because I've not seen a motion in Parliament to debate the change of use for Indeni, which is a parastate. You have the state power today. You may not have the state power tomorrow. Let's respect the Constitution. These matters will come. You can't change the use of Indeni without the approval by this House. This is what the Zambian people wanted. And this is my advice to the current administration. You have the opportunity to do things right. You have the opportunity to follow the procedure and avoid listening to people like my young brother Elvis, and he knows. I'm coming with him from Kit. But the challenge, Mr. Speaker of Parliament, at meaning the person who was younger, you can sit on the same table. And today I'm sitting on the same table with my young brother who was a Zanama president. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Order. The honorable member for Sinazongwe, followed by the honorable member of Kanchivia.
No, I'm not going to hammer. The budget has already hammered them. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to add very few words on a very, very nice budget of 2023. Also, Mr. Speaker, if you ask a lot of members of parliament here, apart from one, they will tell you that they are Christians. And what makes people say they are Christians because they look at where they are coming from. They were sinners before. So when people refer to PF, they are saying they don't want to go back to how PF were doing it. We are running the affairs of the government. So there is literally nothing
Honorable
wrong.
member, avoid touching the stem of the
Thank
mic.
you, thank you so much.
It's quite delicate.
There is literally nothing wrong with people referring, because even when we pray against going back to where we were. That is sinning. So arising from that, Mr. Speaker, I'm narrowing my budget to what the people of Sinazongwe expect in the interest of time. Mr. Speaker, I came here in 2015. That was the first time I became a member of parliament. I witnessed 5 budgets under PF. 5. Nothing went to the people of Sinazongwe. What I did in the past 5 years under PF rule in Sinazongwe surpasses what the government did. Meaning the people of Sinazongwe were sidelined. I'm trying to be very honest. 2022 budget gave a sigh of relief to the people of Sinazongwe, receiving a sum of 25.7 million for the first time. It gave a sigh of relief. Teachers were employed, health workers were employed, an assurance to have the Batoka Mamba Road done, it is with the Minister of Infrastructure and Urban Development. There is that assurance. A thing that never happened. The people of Sinazongwe are very delighted with the new Dawn government. Come this year's 2023's budget, again, the increment of about 2.8 million kwacha to CDF. The people of Sinazongwe are very much sure to say over 3,000 desks come 2023, they will be made. And youths will be given tasks to see to it that they benefit. They will be made locally. That is a plus. Employment created. The announcement by the Minister of Finance indicating that the Namafro road, that is the road that links us, that is the road that links us to Zimbabwe as you cross Kariba. That it is going to be, it is earmarked for rehabilitation. It has given a lot of joy to the people of Sinazongwe. The announcement by the Minister of Finance that the pontoon will be given to enable the people to travel across into Zimbabwe via Binga, a town in Zimbabwe. That again has excited the people of Sinazongwe. For the first time, over 50 million kwacha in 2 years. Who can't be happy? Over 50 million. It will sit in Sinazongwe, meaning liquidity will be the order of the day. Money will be within the district. We know we had a lot of teething challenges where CDF is concerned. But it happens. Receiving 25.7 million for the first time, you expect challenges. It's normal. What is exciting is that the government is willing to work on those challenges so that it becomes easy for everyone. the desire by the government to have the Attorney General's chamber in each province, it is a sign of relief. It shows that very soon, and as soon as you make your own budget, project proposals, within a week, everything should be done. Why can't we appreciate? What else are we going to appreciate if you can't appreciate that? Now, as the people of Sinazongwe, looking at where we are coming from, where we were not given anything, we are very delighted with the new Dawn government. We are very delighted with His Excellency the President. Again, there is 120 secondary schools sitting in the Ministry of Education. I'm seeing the minister there. The people of Sinazongwe, Honorable Minister of Education, they are requesting for a secondary school. They want to see you jotting so that you don't forget. They want to benefit from the 120 secondary schools that the government is going to apportion to each and every constituency. The Minister of Mines, in Sinazongwe Minister of Mines, there is a core. Our people want to benefit through small and medium mining. Please give them an opportunity so that at least money can be in the youth's pockets and women. We want to benefit from the core that is in Sinazongwe. It should be easy for everyone to get something. We are very delighted. We are very happy that the government or even the budget is speaking to the lowest or the poor of the poorest. This is a proper government. It doesn't speak to me. It speaks to an individual who hasn't seen anywhere. Indeed, Tantamen never solved the situation. Because something never saved the situation. It is important that the government has a lot of resources to plow to the lowest organ of society, so that by so doing, individuals can celebrate. Not Tantamen, it has never helped. Let's be methodical. Let's learn how the government of the New Dawn government is doing things, so that at least we touch. Mr. Speaker, come 2026, it will be very difficult for anyone to challenge President Hakainde Hichilema because of the way he's doing things. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to recognize the people of Tunku from Chasefu constituency. The people of Tunku from Chasefu constituency. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to add a word or two to the current debate, the debate on the national budget. The people of Kanchibi have given me a very simple yet very important assignment, and that is to place the context of the budget within the issues they consider to be so critical to themselves as citizens of this country. I will not be repetitive of the issues that our colleagues in this August House have touched on, just to re-emphasize that issues around security are very important for the people of Kanchivia, and this is what they seek to see through this budget. The construction of a district police station in Kanchivia. As we speak, the entire district has no single police presence. And I'm making this appeal to the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs that kindly consider the people of Kanchivia in this regard. This is a clear message from the people. Mr. Speaker, issues around community schools and where they fall within this budget. The recommendation from the people of Kanchivia is that there ought to be consideration for community schools to be moved to the Ministry of Community Development, because the grants are irregular and we have issues with the community teachers. Yet community schools play a very important role in ensuring that we progress towards the SDG on education. Mr. Speaker, issues around health become critical for us because of the pronouncement that there ought to be maternity wings in all health centers. Critical again, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that no child ought to sit on the ground, on the floor by 2023. These are pronouncements, but the people of Kanchivia are interested to see the practical side of things. When shall this be? I am speaking of a constituency that knows no single mortuary, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking of a constituency that knows no single radio station, Madam Speaker. And I'm not playing to the political gallery. I'm talking about the real needs of real people. The only assignment they sent me to do in this house is to represent them and ensure that I bring their issues to the fore. Mr. Speaker, Kanchivia constituency's house and home to the Zampam plantation. The Zampam plantation is a $30 million investment, 90% held by IDC, 10% by Zambia. The road leading to this plantation is in a deplorable state, yet this ought to be an economic road. There's demand for oil and crude palm oil locally, and we're still importing oil, crude oil from the Far East, from East Africa, from South Africa, and yet we have a plant that is owned by the Zambian people, and the road leading to this plant is in a deplorable state. Allow me to make this clarion call that the Minister of Finance, as he comes to respond to the needs of the people of Kanchivia, would be grateful if he can touch on this particular plantation and the road leading to this plantation. Mr. Speaker, the other issue we have to deal with is that the jobs for Zambian youths and women is real. Every year, an estimated of 280,000 young people are offloaded on the labor market. This is a demographic dividend. The challenge before this House, the challenge for government, is to translate this demographic dividend into an economic dividend before it becomes a demographic doom. It is important, therefore, that when we have to deal with issues around SME, particular attention is paid to the needs of young people. Mr. Speaker, issues around equity versus equality. We are looking at rural constituencies such as Kanchivia, which are just starting to work, and allocated the same amount of CDF as a constituency such as Kabwata or Lusaka Central. The people of Kanchivia are saying that rural constituencies must be considered on account of their special needs. And so treating us on the same level as a constituency that is in urban areas with one that is in a rural area, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, is not equity. It is equality. Mr. Speaker, allow me to also mention that in order for the people of Kanchivia to begin to add to the GDP, one of the sectors that we are calling on government to revisit is the decision, a policy that was enforced about 10, 11 years ago, and that has to do with a ban on hybrid tilapia in our rivers. 7 provinces have been banned and they cannot grow hybrid tilapia. But we know that we can get $50 million from ADB and invest it on the species that will not bring us the sort of value we are looking for. So we are calling on government that consider lifting this ban for the 7 provinces. We have vast water bodies with no fish. And we are saying that allow for Niloticus tilapia in these water bodies. Then Zambia can become a net exporter of fish. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, allow me to say, Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak and commend my brother, the Minister of Agriculture, that in prioritizing farming blocks and transforming them into crop processing zones, that is a step to go. And if the Minister of Agriculture is going to live to his word, he's going to be my favorite Minister of Agriculture. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honorable Member for Kafumbwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing the people of Kaumbwe constituency to echo their sentiments on the budget, whose theme is stimulating economic growth for improved livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, I'll start with a problem statement. In Chinese, we say, Wenti Shoming. Wenti Shoming means problem statement. The world, the global and domestic economies have had a growth downfall due to Russian conflict, also the COVID-19. Our budget, as presented by the Minister of Finance, is consistent with the world trend. The issues for our economy, the COVID-19, of course, started in the PF government, 2019, our government by then. There are so many problems due to a lockdown, due to COVID, and then these issues led to every domestic economy to shrink. Within the period in question, PF built a lot of infrastructure, mega infrastructure. Mega infrastructure in the sense that now, as we stand now in Zambia, people, when they visit Zambia, they are able to see Kazungula Bridge. Kazungula Bridge, Kenneth Kaunda International Airport, talk about the stadium, talk about the roads, talk about the flyover bridges, talk about the hospitals, talk about the road, the schools. Thank you. Levi Mwanawasa Stadium, Heroes Stadium. Don't pretend, you know these structures which I'm talking about. There was a very big legacy left in terms of infrastructure. Thank you to the New Dawn government for continuing these structures. Also, thank you to the New Dawn government for employing 41,000 government officers. These officers, they were trained in the infrastructure that the PF government built. This is how it should be. We continue, this is how it should be. We need to continue the good legacy that the previous government left. From these structures, from this infrastructure, the government fell in a debt trap. A debt trap. Thank you to the New Dawn government for coming up with solutions to revive the economy and to make a bankable document that has made our budget to be credible. The credibility of the budget. Now I'm addressing the people of Kaumbwe constituency so that they can hear or prepare something as what they should see in 2023. We, people of Kaumbwe constituency, we are supposed to prepare ourselves that the fuel price is going to go high. And therefore, it will create a chain impact into our food basket. And everybody in Kaumbe constituency, Zambia at large, preparing to buy a house, the property tax is high. So therefore, the cost to own a house, to build from scratch, is going to be very high because the property tax is at 7.5%. Let me talk about the roads, transport and logistics. Transport and logistics, every country to develop, I have a saying which we say, Xiang Yao Fu, Xian Shou Lu. What I mean is that if you want to be rich, build roads. In the 2022-2023 season, we are not going to see any credible road in Zambia. It will not be compared with the roads that we built in the previous regime. You drive at 120 kilometers per hour on Luangwa Bridge to Chipata Road. Now, the government, through decentralization, this is now the good news through the budget. The government, through the decentralization process, has increased the CDF to 28.3 million kwacha. But when I look at the pronouncements in terms of the expenditures for 2021 to 2022, now we are in the fourth quarter, and we don't have the money in our local authorities' account. Our local council, there is 12 million kwacha, which is 50%. This 50% is unutilized. We don't know how to use the money. More than almost all the constituencies, the utilization rate is 10%, less than 10%. My constituency, we have never used even the 1.6 million kwacha that was left by the PF government. These are all through administration problems, procurement challenges. The 1.6 million is unutilized in my constituency right now.
There's a point of order. Honorable member, you rose on the point of order. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm worried hearing the debate of my colleague from China that the New Dawn government has disbursed money to his constituency and it is sitting there unutilized. Right. Is it in order, Mr. Speaker, to keep the money unutilized and also misinform the nation that all the other constituencies are not using the money when we in Kafue have used this money and we are even looking for more? Is it in order, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Thank you. The honorable member, order. The honorable member for Kaumbwe is out of order for generalizing his statements, looking at the entire cross-section of the country. I think this situation, his situation may not be the case in other constituencies. As the time is 1840 hours, I interrupt proceedings and debate stands adjourned. Day for resumption of debate.
Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
Debate resumes tomorrow.
The House
Is now adjourned.
Has come to a close until tomorrow and Friday at 9 hours. And on the floor of the House was Kaumbwe, Member of Parliament, Mr. Mwanza, who was making his contribution to the motion of supply.
Let's quickly look at what has been considered on the floor of the House, and business resumed at 14:30. Mr. Deputy Speaker did make three announcements, and the first announcement did inform the House that the National Assembly Library Department has installed various books meant for distribution to all constituency offices countrywide. The purpose of distributing the books to constituencies is to establish information centers at parliamentary constituency level as a way of extending library services to the general public. In this regard, he urged the honorable members whose constituencies have not yet received the books to contact the chief librarian to make arrangements for collection of the books. A list of constituencies which have not yet collected their share will be distributed to all honorable members through the pigeon polls.
The second announcement, Mr. Speaker, informed the House with regards to the public address system in the chamber, which indicated has adjustable microphone stems, and that a number of them have been replaced due to damage that has been caused by some members of Parliament who adjust the stems while debating. The Honorable Speaker indicated that the replacement of damaged units comes at a great cost, and that in order to avoid damage to microphone stems, honorable members are advised to avoid touching the microphones while debating, and if a microphone is to be adjusted, honorable members must do so with utmost care.
The last announcement that the Honorable Mr. Deputy Speaker, Second Deputy Speaker, made was to acquaint the House with the presence in the gallery, in the Speaker's gallery, of the following honorable members of the Public Accounts Committee on Local Government from the Parliament of Uganda, and these are Honorable Ojara Martin Mpezuzi, MP and Chairperson and Leader of the Delegation, Honorable Feta Godfrey, MP, a member, Honorable Ochero Norman Jipikiri, MP and member, Honorable Karubanga Jacob, MP, member, and Julius other members that were in the delegation.
All right, we also had Honorable Matsiko Henry, member, Honorable Asrea Stephen, MP, member, Honorable Mutebi Noah, MP, member, and Ms. Amero Diana, Secretary to the delegation. The Honorable Speaker informed the House that the committee was visiting Zambia to share best practices in relation to the work of the parliamentary committees charged with accountability matters, and they were received as guests and welcomed in the midst of the House.
The House did consider 4 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74, and the first one was asked to the Minister of Defense and it came from the Wacha constituency member of parliament, and this is Mr. Sidin Mushanga, and he wanted to find out from the Minister of Defense when the Zambia-China Mulungushi Textile will resume its operations, what has caused a delay in reopening the company, how many jobs are expected to be created when the company becomes operational, and the last part of the question, whether Jingindao Runchang Take Industry Company is still an equity partner. And according to the minister's response, he did say that the Zambia-China Mulungushi Textiles joint venture partially resumed its operation on 25th May 2020 by reopening the garment section only, which was involved in the production of the cloth face masks, and currently producing uniforms for the Zambia Army and the Zambia Air Force. The B part of the question wanted to find out, and this was how many jobs or what has caused the delay in reopening the company. The minister did say that the state of the machinery in the plant has caused a delay in fully reopening the company, as some machinery have been declared obsolete and inadequate funds to revamp the textile section. The C&D.
Right, in Part C, the minister informed the House that with regards to the expected number of jobs that to be created, the minister has informed the House that it is expected that once it's operational, the company may resume and may create about 1,500 direct and indirect jobs. And in Part D, with regards to whether Jigino Ranchang Tech Industry is part of is the equity partner, the minister did inform the House that Messrs. Jingdao Ranchang Tech Industry is still an equity partner in the Zambia-China Mulungushi Textiles joint venture. And of course, we had another question that did come from Kalabo Central member of Parliament, asked to the Minister of Science and Technology, in which wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to construct additional communication towers in Kalabo district, and if so, when the plans will be implemented, and how many towers are earmarked for construction.
And according to the responses by the minister, in first, whether the government has any plans to construct additional communication towers in Kalabo district, the minister did respond that the House, he did inform the House that government has plans to construct communication towers in unserved and additional ones in underserved parts of the country, including parts of Kalabo district. The part of the question did say that the plans to construct towers across the country are ongoing, and future projects will be informed by the recently completed detailed gap analysis. The last part was the initial gap analysis has proposed the construction of 8 communication towers spread across Kalabo district.
Right, and the third question did come from the member of Parliament from Mukaika, who posed the question to the Minister of Transport and Logistics in 4 parts. In Part A, he wanted to find out whether the government is aware that most motorcycles in Mukaika Parliamentary constituency are not registered with the Road Transport and Safety Agency, what measures the government is taking to ensure that all motorcycles are registered in Part B. And in Part C, he wanted to find out whether government has any plans to devolve the function of motor vehicle registration to local authorities countrywide, and if so, in Part D, when the plans will be implemented.
According to the responses, Julius, in A, the minister did say that yes, the government is aware that most motorcycles in Mukaika Parliamentary constituency are not registered with the Road Transport and Safety Agency, RTSA. This has increased in the use of unregistered motorcycles is due to the following factors. And 1, people exchange goods and services without use of money between Zambia and her neighboring countries, namely Mozambique, Angola, Tanzania, Malawi, and where such a trade practice is used, there is no proper legal documentation that is issued after the transaction.
Right, so those are some of the highlights that are contained in the business that was on the floor of the House with regards to the question for oral answer segment. But of course, we take note that there was a 4th question which was raised by Chasefu, member of Parliament, Mr. Nyambose, to the Minister of Home Affairs. We also take note that there was a question for written answer, understanding order number 75, which you may not have been privy to. It came from Minister Miyutu, Kalawa Central Member of Parliament, to the Minister of Community Development, the Social Services, in which he wanted to find out how many child care facilities were there. There were countrywide as of May 2022, province by province, and how many child care facilities at airway recipient of grants from the government. And by nature of the volume of the answer requested, this question qualified to be a question of written answer, and the question has since been noted, and this means that the response will be part of today's deliberations and will appear in the verbatim for today's business.
The House did also consider the Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022, which came up at second reading, and the bill read the second time, and committee stage to be taken on Thursday, 20th September 2022.
Thereafter, then, the House resolved into Committee of Supply to continue considering policy, and this is a 2023 budget, and rising from the presentation by the Minister on 30th September 2022. And debate yesterday closed when Kanyama Member of Parliament, Mr. Martin Chinkuli, was on the floor, and he was given opportunity to continue with his debate. After that, other members of Parliament were given opportunity, and debate ensued with Dundumo as Member of Parliament, Mr. Edgar Singombe making his contribution. We had Kawambwa Member of Parliament, Mr. Nixon Chilangwa. Mbabala Member of Parliament, Mr. Joseph Chimunsanje, also made his contribution, as well as Lwapula Member of Parliament, Mr. Chanda Katoto.
Siavonga lawmaker Mr. Darius Mulunda did also contribute to the motion. Mr. Chibombwe, that's Bahati Member of Parliament, did also contribute. Mr. Luhamba Mwene Mangango, Member of Parliament, also contributed. Mr. Ronald Chitotela Pambashe, Member of Parliament, and we also did see Mr. Gift Sialubalo Senazongwe, Member of Parliament, debating, and Kanchivia, Member of Parliament, Mr. Sanjay Chanda, also debated. And lastly, when business was interrupted for adjournment, we did see Mr. Aaron Mwanza, who is Kaumbwe, Member of Parliament, debating. So tomorrow, when this debate resumes for consideration, or the motion resumes for consideration, he'll continue debating.
Right, so that has brought to the close today's business. We sincerely want to thank you for being part of us as you follow the deliberations on all our platform. I just want to remind you that tomorrow is a Friday and business resumes at 9 hours, and do make sure that you make a date with us. So on behalf of the entire production team on sign language, we had Chola Kaoma, as well as Jason Manda, and continue to had Bossen Dovi with me, Julius Musmali, and on behalf of the entire production team, wish you a lovely evening and God's blessings. Bye-bye for now.